Chapter 1640. You're the one who bumped into me. My heart hurts so much. I feel like I'm about to die. Heroes, please uphold justice for this old woman. I'm just an old woman with no one to rely on. I earned some money by doing housework for others. Now that I've been injured, how am I supposed to live? The old woman lying on the ground pointed at Ling Xiao and shouted. Did you hear that? Everyone else said that you bumped into her. Do you think an old woman would slander you? That's right, that's right. I saw it too. This brat doesn't have eyes when he's running. He wants to run away after bumping into someone. Make him kneel down and apologize to the old woman. What's the use of apologizing? He needs to compensate. That's right. If you don't even think about leaving. The crowd was filled with righteous indignation. Ling Xiao's lips curled into a cold smile. There was no need to ask. These people were basically in the same group. There were even some who didn't mind watching the show. He walked to the position of the arrow and pulled it out. Then, he walked over to the old woman and asked indifferently. I'll give you a chance. Did I bump into you or not? You did. Look, my bones are all broken. The old woman shouted. Ling Xiao smiled and asked. Then how much do you want as compensation? At least 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. No, 100,000. Otherwise, I won't be able to live for the rest of my life. The old woman said loudly. Since you can't live anymore, you might as well die. After saying that, Ling Xiao suddenly raised his hand and the arrow pierced the old woman's throat. The old woman never dreamed that a yin-yang realm expert like her would die just because she tried to scam others. At the moment of her death, she was filled with fear and regret. She had met so many people, but this was the first time she had met such a terrifying and straightforward person. This guy didn't have the slightest bit of pity or sympathy. All right, she's already dead. There's no need to compensate. Besides, you're the ones who killed her. This arrow is the evidence. Ling Xiao stood up and shrugged. Then he smiled. Bastard! Do you know what you've done? The archer did not expect that a rookie who had just arrived in Sin Domain would actually be so daring. They had always been doing this kind of business, and most of the martial artists who had just arrived in Sin Domain, even if they were stronger, to avoid trouble, they would spend money to avoid calamities. But this kid was simply incomprehensible. Who would do something like that? He knocked 3 arrows on his bow and aimed at Ling Xiao. The others also drew their bows and aimed their arrows at Ling Xiao. Some of them were holding sharp blades, ready to pounce at any moment. Originally, you only needed to pay 100,000 low-grade spiritual stones. But now, not only do you have to hand over everything you have to die. The first cultivator who shot the arrow roared at Ling Xiao. A bunch of trash gathered together and only know how to do the things that trash do. Ling Xiao looked at those people with contempt, as if he had no intention of making a move. Many unrelated people had already gathered around, but these people had no intention of meddling in other people's business. They were just here to watch the show. They wanted to see how a rookie would be killed by these people. It was as though every day, such a scene would happen in the Sin Domain. They had seen it many times, and thus did not find it strange. He. Master, I seem to like this kind of place a little. Everything is done so straightforwardly. If this had happened elsewhere, I wouldn't have been able to kill that old woman. Otherwise, I would have definitely attracted the attention of the City Patrol Division. It's much simpler here. I gave her a chance to tell the truth. She didn't cherish it, so she can only die. Ling Xiao's face revealed an excited smile. To him, the Sin Domain was truly a good place. For some people, this place was heaven. For others, this place was hell. Obviously, Ling Xiao treated this place as heaven. Looks like you've adapted very quickly. You're much better than I was back in the day. I also encountered a similar situation back then and actually foolishly gave that old man a large sum of money. However, I was targeted by an even more terrifying fellow because of this. If I hadn't been strong enough to defeat the enemy in the end, I wouldn't have been able to be your master. The Yuan Venerate was very satisfied with Ling Zhao's performance. This was what a disciple of a Yuan Venerate should do. Release the arrows. The crowd roared furiously. Dozens of arrows tore through the void and shot toward Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao didn't even move. The arrows felt like tickles when they hit his body. He didn't even feel any pain, let alone get hurt. A mystic world body was indeed valiant. He simply didn't care about a bunch of first-level yin-yang martialists. Let me tell you something. It's best to figure out your opponent's strength before making a move. Otherwise, you'll die a horrible death. Ling Xiao smirked and shot back the arrows that had fallen to the ground with a wave of his hand. In an instant, dozens of first-level yin-yang martialists had their throats pierced by the arrows and turned into corpses. Only the leader of the group had a slightly stronger cultivation base. He was also a little more shameless as he used a passerby beside him as a shield to save his life. Then he turned to flee. Isn't it a little too late to escape now? Your sins can only be washed away with death. Shadow all! The shadow all that passed through the gaps in the crowd instantly pierced that person's body. That person's entire body was smashed into pieces and he no longer looked like a human. After Ling Zhao's cultivation base had increased, the might of the shadow all had become even more terrifying. Even he was a little surprised. Then, Ling Xiao checked the corpses and realized that none of them had a storage ring. It seemed like the martialists of the White Tiger continent had a higher cultivation base than those of the Divine Phoenix continent. However, a rare item like a storage ring was still something that only high-leveled martial artists were worthy of possessing. They also couldn't go to the Divine Phoenix continent, or the Sky Dragon continent to plunder. After all, the laws of those two continents were different, and they might even lose their lives. He took the other party's spirit stones. Ling Xiao turned around calmly and walked toward the street ahead. The onlookers who had been blocking the road hurriedly moved aside, afraid of angering this murderous young man. It wasn't until Ling Zhao's figure disappeared into the crowd that the place suddenly became lively. Ha ha, fun, really fun. That kid looks like he's only 17 or 18 years old. I didn't expect him to be so terrifyingly powerful and so valiant. He didn't even blink when killing people. Hee, that's right. I didn't expect it either. However, such a person should live very comfortably in the Sin domain. The discussions of the crowd were actually not criticizing Ling Xiao with righteous indignation. Nor were they sympathizing with the dozens of people who had been killed. Instead, they praised Ling Xiao for being decisive and ruthless. Only the Sin domain would have such a unified view. Chapter 1641. Ling Xiao coldly killed dozens of people. This kind of thing was praised by everyone in the Sin domain, which was simply inconceivable. If it was placed in the outside world, there would definitely be people who were very dissatisfied with Ling Zhao's way of doing things, and might even take action. It was just that whether it was the discussions in the Sin domain, or the discussions outside, Ling Xiao was not interested in listening. When he stepped into the Sin domain, his goal was very clear, and that was the time crystal. Therefore, he directly headed to the largest auction house in the Sin domain. What he did not expect was that this auction house was actually also owned by the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company. The scale was so large that it was 4 to 5 times larger than the Heavenly Dragon Continent and Divine Phoenix Continent's auction houses. I wonder who created this Heavenly Dragon Trading Company. It's actually so powerful that even a place like the Sin domain has their auction house. Ling Xiao thought in his heart as he walked in the direction of the auction house. However, when he reached the door, he was given a fright. Outside the auction house, there were actually 4 long lines, each of which was at least 1,000 meters long. At the door there were 4 auction house clerks verifying your identity. Only by confirming that you had enough spirit stones on you and were not here to cause trouble would you have the qualifications to enter. In the crowd, clamoring sounds came again and again. Ling Xiao could not help but be a little curious. He lined up at the back of a line and asked about the situation. Only now did he know that his luck was pretty good, to be able to catch the Heavenly Dragon Auction House's annual auction. The so-called annual auction was an auction that was only held once a year. A large number of precious items were reserved for this day and auctioned off at the same time. It was precisely because of this that so many people gathered here. Ling Xiao thought that since he caught up with this so-called general auction, then the time crystals should not be missed. Coming to the Sin domain once, he did not want to leave empty-handed. Why are there so few people over there? Ling Xiao looked at the dense crowd, and really did not have the mood to continue lining up. He did not know how long he would have to wait. Suddenly, his gaze turned to the side. Only then did he discover that about 10 meters away from the dense crowd, there was an even more gorgeous door. He thought that this side was the door, but he did not expect that it was over there. The door over there was even bigger and more luxurious, but there were very few people lining up. That's a place only those who hold the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company's VIP waste token have the qualifications to enter. You, brat, can forget about it. A brawny man looked at Ling Xiao with disdain and said. Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment. Then he thought of the waste token that Princess Yunya had given him and couldn't help but take it out. What? You actually have a VIP waste token? Moreover, it's actually a heaven-grade VIP waste token. Just who the hell are you? Of course, Ling Xiao would not answer him. After confirming that he indeed had the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company's VIP waste token in his hand, he turned around and walked over. In that place, outside the spacious passage, there stood dozens of black-clothed martial artists with cold faces. The terrifying aura that only a yin-yang realm martial artist could have erupted from their bodies. Moreover, the weakest one should be at the second level of the yin-yang realm. The leader might even be a fifth-level yin-yang realm martial artist. Ling Xiao couldn't help but sigh with emotion. The White Tiger continent was indeed different from the Divine Phoenix continent. The guards of a small auction house were actually so powerful. If they were placed in the Divine Phoenix continent, they would be considered top-notch strength. Get lost! Ling Xiao had just walked over when he was shouted at by a voice. He frowned. The voice came from behind him. Ling Xiao turned around and saw a young man with a gloomy expression. He was about 27 or 28 years old, and his cultivation was at the fourth level of the yin-yang realm. If he were placed in the Divine Phoenix continent, he would definitely be one of the best. However, Ling Xiao wasn't too sure about the White Tiger continent. Are you talking to me? Ling Xiao didn't recognize this person. His expression was a little cold. Hey, quick, look! That brat is stupid. He even dares to provoke the Heavy Water Tower's young master. The Heavy Water Tower should be one of the two branches of the Water Sacred Hall, right? The Tower Master is the Water Sacred Hall's guardian Heavy Water. That's right. The Heavy Water Tower's young master is called Young Master Tianhaiyun. He's the son of Guardian Heavy Water. It's said that this young Master Tianhaiyun defiled a beauty at the third level of the yin-yang realm a few days ago. That person seems to be from the Divine Phoenix continent. TSK. What a beast. He defiled a woman in front of tens of thousands of people. How infuriating. Although this person spoke indignantly, his face revealed a sinister smile. Indeed, it was not easy to find someone with a sense of justice in the Sin domain. There aren't many third-level yin-yang realm cultivators in the Divine Phoenix continent. He must be a reputable person. Yes. I think he's a vice dean of the Phoenix Academy. I don't know his name. Hearing these people's discussions, Ling Xiao's expression turned even colder as he looked at young Master Tianhaiyun. Shao Qin and the Water Sacred Hall were like fire and water. Yet, this young Master Tianhaiyun actually dared to tell him to scram? Just based on this point, even if Shao Qin didn't kill him, Shao Qin had to teach him a lesson. Not to mention, this guy really wasn't a good person. Although Ling Xiao was ferocious, he had a bottom line. At the very least, he wouldn't casually defile a woman's purity. It was true that the Phoenix Academy was his enemy, but he didn't have the slightest bit of happiness right now. The vice dean of the Phoenix Academy was defiled by this young Master Tianhaiyun in front of tens of thousands of people. Could it be that the dean of the Phoenix Academy, Ming Huang, was dead? He didn't understand. If he couldn't even protect his vice dean, what kind of man was this Ming Huang? If it were him, this young master Tianhai Yun would have already turned into ashes. He would even kill his way to the Water Sacred Hall to destroy them. That Phoenix Academy is one of the major powers in the Divine Phoenix Empire. How could they be bullied like this? Great power, my ass. Although they do have experts, the majority of them are only at the Heavenly Passage realm. Why would they dare to provoke the Water Divine Hall? I was there that day, and I saw that many people from the Divine Phoenix Academy were actually looking at them with green eyes. Hearing this, Ling Xiao wasn't surprised at all. An academy that abandoned all its students and only took away its higher-ups. How noble could they be? They were simply a group of scum. Even if they were alive, they would be a disgrace to the Divine Phoenix Empire. That brat is probably done for. The surrounding crowd all had expressions of watching a show. They felt sorrow for Ling Xiao's fate. That's right. This young master is talking to a trash like you. You're a cultivator from the Divine Phoenix continent, right? Oh, right, I heard that it's now the Dragon Phoenix continent. But no matter what it's become, it's still trash. Young Master Tianhai Yun looked at Ling Xiao with contempt and said, Telling you to scram is giving you face. Otherwise, even if this young master killed you, no one would dare to fart. Then you can try. Ling Xiao's eyes narrowed into slits. This was a sign that he was going to kill someone. The two of you. This is the Heavenly Dragon Auction House. Please conduct yourselves with dignity. The guard captain standing guard outside the Heavenly Dragon Auction House finally spoke. He held a blade in his arms and walked over. Then, he coldly looked at Ling Xiao and said, This is a place only VIPs can enter. If you have a VIP token, please show it. Chapter 1642. Haha, I say, big brother captain, look at this kid's poor appearance. Do you think he's the kind of person who has a VIP waist token? Young Master Tianhai seemed to be somewhat afraid of the Heavenly Dragon Auction House, so he did not find trouble with Ling Xiao, but his words were not pleasant to hear. However, what he said actually made sense to a certain extent. The Heavenly Dragon Auction House's VIP waist tokens were divided into 3 grades: Heaven, Earth, and Human. Each grade was further divided into 3 grades. Even the lowest grade VIP waist token required at least 100 million low-grade spirit stones to be obtained. Of course, young Master Tianhai did not know that the profits Ling Xiao brought to the Heavenly Dragon Auction House, as well as the expectations for the future, were not something that could be measured with spirit stones. Therefore, in the next moment, young Master Tianhai's arrogant and complacent expression instantly became incomparably awkward. What Ling Xiao took out was not only a VIP waist token, but also a Heaven Grade 3 VIP waist token. This was the highest grade waist token among all the VIPs. And young Master Tianhai's VIP waist token was only a Heaven Grade 1. The worst kind. Is this okay? Ling Xiao glanced at the guard captain and asked. The captain of the guards was also shocked. This was the first time he encountered a Heaven Grade VIP. It was said that this level of VIP could only be found in the Hell continent and the Immortal Lyceum continent. Where did this person come from? This VIP waist token could not be faked. As the guard captain, he could see the aura on it at a glance. This little one greets the Heaven Grade VIP. If you have any orders, I will not hesitate. There was an unwritten rule in the Heavenly Dragon Auction House. As long as the request of a Heaven Grade VIP can be fulfilled, they must do their best to fulfill it, even if they have to pay with their lives. The noisy crowd around them had already stopped. Everyone looked at the situation in astonishment. They simply could not believe that this was real. They originally thought that Ling Xiao would be killed by young Master Tianhai, but they did not expect such a thing to happen. Ling Xiao glanced at young Master Yun of the Tianhai continent with some disdain and said indifferently, Is it okay to kill someone? The guard captain was stunned for a moment before he nodded and said, Sure. Yun Xiao Tianhai's expression changed greatly. He looked at the guard captain in bewilderment, afraid that he would really make a move. He was powerful, but the other party was not weak either. Moreover, The Heavenly Dragon Trading Company was not afraid of the Water Spirit Temple. This was awkward. Ha ha ha, look at how scared you are. Don't worry, I don't like to let others kill for me. Looking at young Master Tianhai's embarrassed appearance, Ling Xiao laughed out loud. Then, he strode into the auction house. Damn you! Tianhai Yunshan stared at Ling Xiao's back. Although he couldn't make a move here, he didn't believe that Ling Xiao could stay in the Heavenly Dragon auction house forever. There would always be a chance to kill this kid. Let's go in as well. Having made up his mind, Yun Xiao Amami's mood improved slightly. Ling Xiao had already entered the auction house. After passing through the spacious hall and arriving at the auction house, Ling Xiao's eyes instantly lit up and he was pleasantly surprised. What a big auction house! It was comparable to the Beast Fighting Coliseum. That huge auction stage was obviously made of special crystals. Under the sunlight shining through the window, it emitted a dazzling light. It was really eye-catching. Those who entered through the VIP passageway would be received by specialized personnel. The one who welcomed Ling Xiao was a pretty little beauty. She actually had a pair of pointy ears and a long furry tail behind her. Ling Xiao was quite surprised. He guessed that she might be a member of the Silver Fox clan. In the White Tiger continent, there were many clans with such strange appearances. Actually, Ling Xiao had also seen similar clans in the Divine Phoenix continent. For example, among the martial artists of the Water Spirit Temple, there were martial artists of different clans. However, this Silver Fox clan woman was really eye-catching. Not only was she beautiful, but she also had a natural charm, making people have a good impression of her. Following this Silver Fox clan girl to the VIP seats, Ling Xiao couldn't help but sigh with emotion. The VIP seats were all in the best positions. Furthermore, there were crystal glass surrounding them. The environment was the best. Furthermore, it was quiet and safe. Naturally, the best were those seats. They were all top-notch leather seats. After sitting on them, it was especially comfortable. Compared to those ordinary seats, it was really different. Just as he sat down, Ling Xiao suddenly felt a very unfriendly gaze cast towards him. Hence, he turned his head to look and discovered that in the VIP seats beside him, there were several people from the Water Spirit Temple's heavy water tower sitting. And the one looking at him was young Master Tianhai. Ling Xiao waved at young Master Tianhai and revealed a hint of a smile. Just that this smile was more or less mocking. Young Master, that guy is simply too arrogant. Relying on the protection of the Heavenly Dragon auction house, he actually dares to not put you in his eyes. Sitting beside young Master Tianhai was a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s or 50s. There was a very conspicuous scorpion tattoo on his face. He glanced at Ling Xiao and couldn't help but say, He arrogant, huh? Soon, he won't be able to be arrogant anymore. The Heavenly Dragon auction house is indeed powerful and influential, but the Sin domain isn't small. They can't control so much. Young Master Tianhai sneered. Young Master, I think that guy isn't simple. Otherwise, why would he have the Heavenly Dragon auction house's heaven-grade VIP waste token? No matter how I think about it, something doesn't feel right. We have to be more careful. Another person said. He's only 17 or 18 years old and came from the Dragon Phoenix continent. His cultivation shouldn't exceed the 5th level of the Yin-Yang realm. What's there to be afraid of? His waste token might have been brought back by a martial artist who went to the Immortal Lyceum continent in the past, and he just happened to get it. But soon that thing will belong to us. Young Master Tianhai's face was gloomy. No matter what, he couldn't think of a reason to be afraid of Ling Xiao. Young Master is right. Let's focus on this auction. The house master said that we must get that thing. The man with the scorpion tattoo said, That's right. As long as the rumors are true, that thing will definitely appear here tonight. Moreover, it might be the final item. We can't miss it. Young Master Tianhai turned his head and no longer looked at Ling Xiao. Compared to killing Ling Xiao, he had more important things to do. Young Master, what does the house master mean? The man with the scorpion tattoo asked. If we can get it, we'll try our best to get it. If we can't, then we can only use extreme methods. Our heavy water towers people have already sealed off the Heavenly Dragon auction house for dozens of miles. We'll snatch it from whoever gets it. Young Master Tianhai revealed a sinister smile, and then his killing intent appeared. Hee, the house master's idea is right. This is the Sin domain. No one will care if we kill anyone. The man with the scorpion tattoo chuckled. On the other side, Ling Xiao seemed to be resting with his eyes closed, but in reality, his soul power had already covered the entire auction house. He had heard all the private discussions of the people here. Chapter 1643. The conversation between young Master Tianhai and the Scorpion Man was actually being discussed in many places in the auction house at the same time. It seemed that the people who came to the auction house today were all here for a mysterious final item. Ling Xiao was not the least bit interested in their schemes. He was very interested in this final item. An item that could cause so many factions to go to war was definitely not an ordinary item. Originally, he planned to leave after bidding for the time crystal. But after hearing these words, he decided to wait until the end. After a long time, the discussions in the auction house came to an abrupt end. Ling Xiao opened his eyes and looked at the crystal auction stage. A middle-aged man appeared there. And it was an old acquaintance. Ji Qing? Ling Xiao recognized that person. It was Ji Luoyu's father, the person who had helped him in the city of Sin. Now that he thought about it, Ji Qing and Medicine King's son Sa had not actually displayed their true strength in the city of Sin. The laws of the Divine Phoenix continent limited the strength that these White Tiger continent martial artists could display. Therefore, what cultivation Ji Qing actually had, Ling Xiao did not know at all. It was the same for Medicine King's son Sa. Speaking of Medicine King's son Sa, that guy had left the Divine Phoenix continent long after Feng Ming Wuliang was killed. A very cunning guy. Ji Qing was the person in charge of the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company in the White Tiger continent. And the White Tiger continent had hundreds of Heavenly Dragon auction houses. For him to appear here, it meant that he was very interested in this auction. Ji Qing did not notice Ling Xiao. Perhaps it was because Ling Xiao's aura was completely different from before. In addition, Ling Xiao had also put on a disguise. It was normal for him not to be able to recognize him. Following Ji Qing's appearance, all the noise disappeared. Everyone looked at the stage with fervent gazes. They were filled with a burning interest in the items being auctioned this time. Ladies and gentlemen, I won't waste any more of your time because you're probably tired of listening to me. Let's begin the auction now. Prepare your spiritual stones. I'm sure that all of you will be able to see what you want in this auction. Talking up to here, Ji Qing suddenly smiled and said, "It's just whether or not one has the ability to obtain it, that will depend on each person's ability." This simple opening speech won thunderous applause from the audience. No one liked long-winded nonsense. Following Ji Qing's voice falling, a 5-colored light suddenly rose up from that crystal platform. When the light dissipated, a sharp sword appeared there. It floated in the air, emitting a cold light that made people shudder. Just by looking at the inscriptions on the long sword, one could tell that it was the work of a master. It was definitely not an ordinary weapon. Although this sword is only a mortal-grade spiritual artifact, it has been enhanced by an array master's inscription. Its effect is no less than that of a premium-grade spiritual artifact. This formation was called the Spirit Gathering Formation. When using the sword technique, it could gather the spirit chi of heaven and earth for the sword to use. In this way, not only would he be able to reduce the consumption of his inner strength, he would also be able to increase the power of the treasured sword. Everyone should understand that although strength is very important, a good weapon is absolutely indispensable. As he spoke, Ji Qing waved the sword in his hand. Spiritual energy could be seen gathering in the array, and the inscriptions released a special light. Magical indeed. The starting price is 200,000 low-grade spirit stones. Each bid must not be lower than 10,000. You may start bidding. 200,000 low-grade spirit stones. Ling Xiao could not help but sigh a little. He could even make this thing, but he did not expect it to be so valuable. This was just the starting price. Following Ji Qing's words, the sound of bidding immediately rose and fell in succession in the auction house. Although Ling Xiao was not interested in this thing, it did not prevent others from bidding. In the end, this sword was actually sold at a high price of 350,000 low-grade spirit stones, which really broadened Ling Xiao's horizons a little. He finally understood now why Yuan Venerate said that he was actually a mobile spirit stone creation machine. He could refine pills, refine weapons, and refine arrays. He could casually create expensive items. He did not have to worry about spirit stones at all. Following the successful bidding of the first auction item, the auction could be considered to have officially entered a heated stage. Magic treasures, spirit pills, miraculous medicines, and martial arts secret manuals appeared one after another. Practically all the items had just been taken out when they were auctioned off by countless people and ultimately won at a high price. According to Ling Xiao's judgment, the premium here was probably 5 or 6 times higher than the starting price. An item worth 100 spirit stones would require at least 500 spirit stones to win. This was the profundity of auctions. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao was not interested in any of this. He kept his hands behind his head as he reclined on his seat and watched the auction lazily. The only thing that interested him was probably the slave auction that had suddenly appeared. This is a slave from the Divine Phoenix Empire's Ice Phoenix tribe. He is handsome and has a first-level yin-yang cultivation base. The starting price is 300,000 low-grade spirit stones. When the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company was in the Divine Phoenix continent and the Sky Dragon continent, they had not held slave auctions. That was probably because Princess Yunya hated this kind of transaction. However, it was different in the White Tiger continent. In fact, slave transactions were very normal in the mystic world. It was not strange at all. Ling Xiao looked up. He did not recognize this so-called asterisk. She was about 30 years old, and had a good appearance. Her body was also very plump. In addition, her cultivation base was not bad. Her appearance caused a large group of male creatures to go crazy. In the end, amidst miserable screams and helpless cries, this pitiful woman was sold at a high price of 500,000 low-grade spirit stones. Ling Xiao's heart did not waver at all. Sympathy? Or pity? No, he did not know this woman. Moreover, the Ice Phoenix tribe's cultivators had basically attacked him and the Heavenly Dynasty Empire. Strictly speaking, they were enemies. He really couldn't bring himself to pity an enemy. Moreover, was pity and sympathy useful? If he was not willing to save her, then these feelings were hypocritical. The auction continued. Ling Xiao could not help but yawn. Some of the guests in the VIP seats were also starting to be unhappy. After such a long time, although there were many good items, there was not a single item that was truly worthy of them bidding. This made them very unhappy. Perhaps seeing through their thoughts, Ji Qing smiled slightly and said, I believe that everyone present will be interested in this item that's being auctioned next. This is a Blood Soul Talisman. I believe everyone knows that the Blood Soul Talisman can only be refined by the Celestial Masters sect in the Immortal Court continent. There is no way to refine it on the other continents, so it is extremely rare. Chapter 1644. Seeing that frost talisman, and hearing Ji Qing's words, Ling Xiao's heart jumped fiercely. A figure emerged in his mind. It was that Fei Yuan he once met in the Black Crow Empire. Even his Blood Soul Talisman was also learned from Fei Yuan. This frost talisman was extremely likely to be refined by Fei Yuan. Although the inscription of ice inside this frost talisman was only white-colored, the worst inscription. But this did not hinder the crazy scene that erupted at the scene in the slightest. Everyone was a little crazy in an instant. The terror of the Blood Soul Talisman. I believe that every martial artist in the White Tiger continent has seen it before in ancient records. Some people might not understand how terrifying the power of the Blood Soul Talisman is. Then I'll demonstrate it. Ji Qing casually threw out that frost talisman, then urged it with soul force. The frost talisman grew in the wind, instantly turning into more than a dozen squares. In that instant, the entire crystal platform was completely frozen. The guests near the crystal platform all felt a terrifying chill piercing their internal organs. It was simply unbearable. What I need to explain is that this isn't the true power of the Frost Talisman. Seeing the astonished expressions of those people below the stage, Ji-Qing said with a smile. As everyone knows, the Blood Soul Talisman can only unleash its true power when it's nurtured in the soul realm and connected with the martial artist's soul. As soon as these words came out, the martial artists below the stage were clearly even more excited. This time, even the people in the VIP seats also roused their spirits one after another, vowing to obtain this thing. Although they did not come for this Frost Talisman this time, such a treasure still made them incomparably moved. With the Blood Soul Talisman, it was equivalent to having an additional extremely powerful trump card in battle. In a showdown between martial artists of the same realm, one could virtually be in an invincible position. Even if it was a leapfrog challenge, the certainty of victory would also become extremely great. This is a good toy. I must obtain it. Heavy Water Tower's young master Tianhaiyun's face revealed an excited smile as he muttered to himself. What young master said is right. Obtaining this Frost Talisman, your status in the Water Spirit Hall will also be higher. That middle-aged man beside was truly proficient in the art of flattery. This flattery made young Master Tianhaiyun extremely comfortable. It was as if this auction was only held by the Heavy Water Tower, and no one else would bid. I won't say anything unnecessary. The starting bid for this Frost Talisman is 1 million medium spiritual stones. Every bid must not be lower than 10,000. You can start bidding now. Remember, you can only use mid-grade spirit stones to bid. Low-grade spirit stones are not accepted. Damn, the trashiest Frost Talisman is actually this expensive? And it only costs mid-grade spirit stones? Ling Xiao almost spat out the tea in his mouth. Although he knew that the Blood Soul symbol was very expensive, he didn't expect it to be expensive to this extent. Generally speaking, the currency used in transactions was limited to low-grade spirit stones. Only extremely special items would be traded with mid-grade spirit stones. As for high-grade spirit stones, they were basically not used for trade. In the profound world, no matter how high a cultivator's cultivation was, they would only use high-grade spirit stones to cultivate and would never waste them. However, even though the starting price was 1 million mid-grade spirit stones, it still made many people excited. Of course, there were also a large number of people who were directly rejected. It wasn't that these people didn't want to buy it, but that they simply didn't have that many spirit stones. One had to know that 1 million mid-grade spirit stones was basically the annual revenue of the Tianhai Empire. Only people who were as rich as an empire had the ability to bid for this item. The refining of the Blood Soul symbol is very difficult. I dare say that outside the Immortal Court, there are no more than 10 people who know how to refine the Blood Soul symbol. In the Dragon Phoenix continent and the White Tiger continent, I'm afraid only you and Fei Yuan know how to do it. Furthermore, you have also refined the Underworld Dragon symbol, so you should know that the cost of refining a Blood Soul symbol is probably 500,000 to 600,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Many of the materials are also very rare. Fei Yuan definitely wouldn't sell this Frost Talisman if it wasn't for the lack of money. Therefore, this price is actually very reasonable. I even feel that it is a little cheap. The Yuan Venerate's voice was transmitted directly into Ling Xiao's spirit realm. Yes, I originally wanted to refine a few more Blood Soul symbols, but I couldn't gather the materials. Just the inscriptions alone wouldn't be enough. Ling Xiao had to admit that the Yuan Venerate's words made sense. This item was really hard to come by. Ling Xiao was really tempted. The Frost Talisman was a complete Blood Soul symbol. As long as he obtained it, Ling Xiao could completely modify it and make it stronger. The more things that could increase one's strength, the better. However, he wasn't the only one who was tempted by this item. Someone else was even more anxious than him. As soon as Ji-Qing finished speaking, the young master of the Heavy Water Hall stood up hurriedly. His cold gaze was directed at the auction hall, as if he was threatening the others not to compete with him for this item. The Water Sacred Hall still had a lot of power in the Tianhai Empire. Many people lowered their heads and didn't dare bid after being stared at by him. Money didn't necessarily mean strength. Even if they obtained the Frost Talisman, they might not be able to take it away. Many people were aware of their own limitations. Young Master Tianhai nodded his head in satisfaction before bidding. 1.01 million! This fellow was also a thief. He wanted to use the might of his sect to intimidate others before obtaining the Frost Talisman at the lowest price. Of course, this also showed that he didn't have many mid-grade spirit stones. Ha ha ha! I thought you stood up to do something. After all this time, you're only going to add 10,000 low-grade spirit stones? How stingy! We, the Heavenly Demon Cult, bid 1,100,000 medial-grade spirit stones. The Sky Demon Cult. Ling Xiao frowned when he heard this voice and turned his head to look. A man wrapped in a black robe was sitting in the dark VIP seats. His voice was a little hoarse, and his entire body exuded an evil aura. There was no mistaking it. This was someone from the Sky Demon Cult. Ling Xiao had exchanged blows with martialists from the Sky Demon Cult before, so he was absolutely certain. Young Master Tianhai's expression wasn't very good. He knew that some people might not give the Water Sacred Hall face. However, he hadn't expected them to come so quickly. Does the Sky Demon Cult really want to become enemies with the Water Sacred Hall? Young Master Tianhai coldly looked at the black-robed man and said, If you provoke the Water Sacred Hall, you won't have a good ending. Haha, our Sky Demon Cult doesn't even put the Sky Sea Sacred Hall in our eyes. You're just a mere Water Sacred Hall's heavy water towers, young master, yet you dare to put on airs with me? The black-robed man disdainfully sneered, as if he didn't put young Master Tianhai in his eyes at all. Not only will I snatch the Frost Talisman from you, but that item will also belong to the Sky Demon Cult. Hearing the black-robed man's words, young Master Tianhai's expression became even uglier. Young Master, don't be angry. Even if that item falls into the hands of the Sky Demon Cult, they won't be able to escape the Tower Master's inescapable net. When the time comes, not only will we be able to obtain the item, we'll also be able to save a large amount of spirit stones. The middle-aged man beside young Master Tianhai said in a low voice. Haha, well said. Chapter 1645. Young Master Tianhai didn't immediately bid again. Instead, he decided to observe the situation. However, the other forces in the VIP seats weren't idle. They wouldn't let the Heavenly Demon Cult take the Frost Talisman away with so few mid-grade spirit stones. The bids rose one after another, causing the price of the Frost Talisman to soar all the way to 2 million mid-grade spirit stones. The Heavenly Demon Cult didn't seem to have enough spirit stones and had no choice but to give up. 2.01 million! At this time, young Master Tianhai saw that the time was right, so he added another 10,000. Although the Frost Talisman was precious, the price of 2 million mid-grade spirit stones was a bit too much for many people to bear. After all, there was still a long time before the auction started. Many people still had other goals and couldn't spend all their money on this. Therefore, after young Master Tianhai made his bid, everyone went silent. Young Master Tianhai was very happy. He only brought 3 million mid-grade spirit stones this time, but there were many low-grade spirit stones, more than 100 million. Being able to get the Frost Talisman with 2.01 million was really a good thing. What he didn't know was that his thoughts were completely captured by Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao originally wanted this item, but he only had about 1,800,000 mid-grade spiritual stones on him. It was simply impossible for him to bid for it. However, he was a bit unwilling to let young Master Tianhai take it away, so he had a bad idea. 2.5 million! His voice resounded throughout the auction house. His body was still leaning on the soft fur seat, feeling very comfortable. That lazy voice made many people jump in fright. Yun Xiao Tianhai was already unhappy with Ling Xiao. Seeing that it was Ling Xiao who was competing with him, and that he already had enough mid-grade spirit stones, he didn't think too much about it. He opened his mouth and shouted, 3 million! Hearing his bid, Ling Xiao couldn't help but be stunned. He was still thinking about how to provoke young Master Tianhai to raise the price to 3 million. He didn't expect this fool to directly raise the price to 3 million. How bold! Ling Xiao revealed a somewhat playful smile. Then, he cupped his hands towards young Master Yun and said, The Heavy Water Tower's young master is really generous. TSK, 3 million mid-grade spirit stones is the Tianhai Empire's revenue for 3 years. But you only brought so many medium-grade spirit stones. I really don't know how you're going to bid for the next item. Hearing this, Yun Xiao Tianhai's face instantly paled. He did not understand how Ling Xiao knew how many mid-grade spirit stones he brought, but what he was sure of was that Ling Xiao's bid was deliberately making him bleed. Damn Dragon Phoenix Continent martial artist, I will definitely not let you off! Yun Xiao Tianhai gnashed his teeth in anger. Young master, please calm down. If it really doesn't work, let's contact the pavilion master and see if we can ask for more mid-grade spirit stones. The bootlicker scorpion man hurriedly said. Want your sister? Do you think it's so easy to get middle-grade spirit stones? 3 million, that's 60% of the Heavy Water Tower's savings. Yun Xiao Tianhai sat down. Since the item was already in his hands, it was useless for him to regret. Thus, he could only force himself to accept this reality. Although the following auction was also very exciting, it could not be compared to the commotion caused by the cold ice talisman. Ling Xiao was still not interested in any of the items. He even closed his eyes and entered a dozing state. Next, we're going to auction 2 pieces of time crystal. This item is very rare and also very beautiful. It's very suitable to use it to make accessories for your beloved woman. Of course, if this item falls into the hands of an array master, it will have other wonderful uses. Ji Qing's voice made Ling Xiao's eyes abruptly snap open. It's here! The time crystal that he was looking forward to was really here, and there were 2 pieces at once. Enough nonsense. The starting price of these 2 time crystals is 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. Each bid must not be lower than 10,000. Starting bid! The reason why Ji Qing did not want to talk nonsense was that even he himself felt that this time crystal was a useless item. Because in the White Tiger continent, there was no array master who could make use of this item. Really spending 100,000 low-grade spirit stones to bid for it to make accessories for a woman? Unless it was a person who did not treat spirit stones as spirit stones, otherwise, the average person would not do so. The reaction of the scene also seemed to confirm his thoughts. This was the only time there was an awkward silence. After he shouted the starting bid, there was actually not a single person who bid. Ling Xiao smiled slightly. He naturally understood the reason for this kind of awkward silence. If he did not discover the ancient transmission array, he would not want this time crystal either. Because it was also meaningless to him, like a chicken rib. But now, this item, he was determined to get it. After a long time, probably more than 10 minutes passed. Ji Qing was already prepared to announce that this item was not being auctioned. Only then did Ling Xiao smile and say, Since no one likes this item, then I'll accept it. Using it to make a few accessories for my beloved woman is also not bad. 110,000 then. The reason why he took so long to bid was to let people mistakenly think that he was a playboy. He would only bid when he was really bored. What a waste! What a prodigal! I don't know which rich young master is this. 110,000 low-grade spirit stones for this item. In any case, I definitely won't bid for it. In the auction house, there was a burst of discussion. Rich people are just willful. There's no other way. Ling Xiao's goal was obviously achieved. Those people basically thought that he was bored and had too much money to spend, so he bid for this item. Ji Qing looked at Ling Xiao and felt that this young man was familiar. But for a moment, he could not remember where he had seen him. At this time, young Master Tianhai was also looking at Ling Xiao. The thought of revenge suddenly rose from the bottom of his heart. Although he knew that the time crystal was useless to him, If he let Ling Xiao take it away for 110,000, he could not accept it. Ling Xiao gave him trouble, he also wanted to make Ling Xiao bleed more. Gritting his teeth, he directly shouted, 150,000 low-grade spirit stones, this young master wants this item. Hearing this, everyone raised their eyebrows. Was this an idiot meeting an idiot? For 2 pieces of time crystal that could only be used for ornamental purposes, he actually went all out. Hee, the Heavy Water Tower's young master is someone who is unwilling to suffer a loss. I'm afraid he doesn't want that item at all. He's purely giving that young man trouble. I think so too. But I'm afraid that the item will fall into his hands again. That would be lifting a rock and smashing his own foot. You're right. But that young man doesn't seem to be easy to deal with. Can he really give in so easily? The crowd did not suspect anything. They treated this bidding as a game, a child's play. Ling Xiao looked at young Master Tianhai indifferently. He knew that the other party would interfere, so he did not find it strange. When it was time to bid, he still had to bid. 110,000 for this item is already too much. But since young Master Tianhai is bidding, then I have to bid. 200,000 low-grade spirit stones. Chapter 1646. For Ling Xiao, even 1,000,000 low-grade spirit stones for the time crystal was absolutely worth it. One must know that as long as he got 8 time crystals and repaired the teleportation array, the low-grade spirit stones saved from 1 teleportation would be almost enough for this auction price. In fact, even if young Master Tianhai didn't bid, he believed that the Heavenly Dragon Auction House's agent would also bid. The Heavenly Dragon Auction House would definitely not let the 2 time crystals be sold at such a low price. It was all the same. Ling Xiao's bid put young Master Tianhai in a dilemma. He didn't know whether he should bid or not. The other party obviously didn't care about 200,000 low-grade spirit stones, and just wanted to suppress him. As the Heavy Water Tower's young master, he really couldn't accept losing to Ling Xiao in this aspect. After hesitating for a moment, he gritted his teeth and said, 250,000. Anyway, he has hundreds of millions of low-grade spirit stones. He doesn't believe that he can't suppress Ling Xiao. Young master, there's no need to bid anymore. We have no use for that thing. The scorpion man next to him frowned and said, maybe there will be better things later. If it's really worth hundreds of millions, we won't be able to take out the spirit stones. Shut up. Young Master Tianhai glared at the scorpion man. He was now angry. He wouldn't be willing to lose to Ling Xiao even if he was beaten to death. Many people in the auction house were dumbfounded. They had heard of competing auctions, but it was the first time for many people to see it. Mother****, rich people really don't treat money as money. With so many low-grade spirit stones, it would be great if I could use them for cultivation. In the crowd, a martial artist muttered indignantly, 800,000 low-grade spirit stones, Heavy Water Tower's young master, I will definitely get these 2 time crystals today. Even if I throw them into the sea to feed the fish, I will never give them to you. On one hand, Ling Xiao didn't want to continue wasting time. On the other hand, he wanted to take the opportunity to discuss the other party. If the other party didn't raise the price, he would get it for 800,000. Not only would it not be a loss, but it would also be a profit. If the other party raised the price again, he would be ready to give up. Obtaining something was not just a method. He, Ling Xiao, was not a kind man. Mother****, who's afraid of who? I'll pay 1 million. Young Master Tianhai was still a little hesitant when he raised the price, but now he was completely enraged. He didn't even think about it, and directly raised the price to 1 million low-grade spirit stones. Ling Xiao suddenly grinned and said, Congratulations, young Master Tianhai. I'm not a prodigal like you, using 1 million to bid for 2 useless time crystals. I give up. Of course, saying that he had given up was just an act for others to see. He did not intend to obtain this item through auction, but through another method. You want to kill? Yuan Venerate smiled. Even if I don't kill him, he'll still come and kill me. At that time, I'll just snatch the time crystal from him. There's no need to waste so much money here. Ling Xiao basically never lied to Yuan Venerates. That's true. You didn't give young Master Tian high face outside, so he definitely won't let you off. This battle is unavoidable. Yuan Venerate did not object to Ling Xiao's way of doing things. In fact, he even praised him. In the mystic realm, sometimes one couldn't be too rigid when dealing with things. After saying that, Ling Xiao sat there with a mocking smile on his face. Young Master Tianhai was so angry that he almost vomited blood. What was this? Like an idiot, he bid with the other party and even forgot his initial goal. Spending 1 million low-grade spirit stones to purchase 2 time crystals? He didn't know why he had been so stupid. At the moment, he lowered his head and didn't even dare look at the gazes of the people around him. Those gazes were filled with ridicule and mockery. It was as if they were mocking him for being stupid and being cheated. The following auction might have been a frenzied bidding war for other martialists. There were even people who started fighting midway. However, the person who had attacked had been killed by Ji Qing on the spot. Anyone who dared to cause trouble at the Sky Dragon auction house would never have a good ending. Only death would await them. While Ling Xiao was lamenting, he also felt a little excited. The auction was nearing its end. Based on what Ji Qing had said, there were only 2 items left. He finally perked up. The last item would definitely be the finale and would definitely be better than any of the items before it. At least, that was what most people thought. Next, we will be auctioning the second last item. This is an elixir pill that can bring someone back from the dead. Having it is equivalent to having an extra life. This elixir pill is called reincarnation. After consuming it, it will be effective for a long time and you will definitely be revived after death. Of course, it can also be poured in after death with an intact corpse, and you can still be revived. The only drawback is that after being revived after death, you will lose all your cultivation base. However, as long as one is alive, there will always be hope. If one is dead, there will be nothing left. Don't you think so, everyone? Ji Qing chuckled. The grade of this elixir pill, reincarnation, wasn't considered high. It was only a low-grade mysterious grade elixir pill. However, its effects were absolutely heaven-defying. Of course, this depended on how one looked at it. Some people might feel that this thing wasn't worth it. Because even if you were revived and your cultivation base was completely gone, wouldn't that be just waiting to be killed? What was the point of that? However, some people felt that living was the most important thing. As long as one could survive, their cultivation base could be recultivated. Therefore, this elixir was very controversial. However, it didn't prevent it from causing a huge sensation in the auction house. Many people looked at the crimson elixir pill. Their eyes turned red and their hurried breathing sounded out. Those who didn't know would have thought that they saw a foxy woman who was coquettishly stroking her hair. There's actually someone who is willing to take out this reincarnation elixir to auction. Ling Xiao really felt that these people were crazy. Such a good thing, wasn't it good to keep it for oneself? One had to know that low-grade mysterious grade elixir, those who could refine it in the White Tiger continent were probably only that medicine king's son saw in him, Ling Xiao. However, this was just saying that they could refine it. If the materials couldn't be gathered, then it would still be useless. Perhaps the person holding the elixir feels that he doesn't need it anymore. The Yuan Venerate chuckled. There are people like that. They feel despair about their future and simply don't want to live anymore. Why do you think they would want this thing? They might as well sell it, eat and drink to their heart's content before ending their own lives. Yes, although it's a little weird, I have to admit that what Master said makes sense. Ling Xiao had seen such people before. Master, do you think I should take this elixir pill? Ling Xiao asked. There's not much point in you wanting this reincarnation elixir now. Given your ability to preserve your life, most people simply can't kill you. The Yuan Venerate pondered for a moment before adding, I suggest that you try bidding for it. If you really can't do it, then give up. The best items have yet to come. Aren't those people, including young Master Tiahai, waiting for the final item? Chapter 1647. The Yuan Venerate's words brought Ling Xiao back to his senses. That's right, the last item was the treasure that the Heavy Water Tower, Sky Demon Cult, and other martialists were eyeing. He hadn't brought many spirit stones with him this time, so he was really afraid that he wouldn't have enough. Therefore, it was better to give up on the reincarnation elixir and focus on the last item. He definitely wouldn't be disappointed. Although Ling Xiao was no longer concerned about the reincarnation elixir, there was always a market for good things. Apart from the ice talisman, this was probably the most popular item in the entire auction. Countless martialists were bidding frantically. The reincarnation elixir, which had a starting bid of 1 million low-grade spirit stones, had been raised to 2 million as soon as Ji Qing's voice was heard. Then, the price continued to soar. It reached a frightening 20 million low-grade spirit stones. What kind of concept was 20 million low-grade spirit stones? Simply put, this was the amount of low-grade spirit stones that a first-rate sect in the Tianhai Empire distributed to all their disciples in a year. How could this be something that most people could bear? Therefore, at this price, only 3 bidders were left. One was the Sky Demon Cult, another was the Water Sacred Hall, and the Heavy Water Tower. Interestingly, the third bidder was actually the Dragon Phoenix Mountain. The Dragon Phoenix Mountain was considered the closest sect to the Sin domain. Although it wasn't as good as the Water Sacred Hall, it was still a well-known sect in this region. It was reasonable that they wanted to win the reincarnation elixir. I bid 30 million! Young Master Tianhai revealed a crazed expression. He was sinister, excited, and somewhat deranged. 35 million! Although the black-robed man from the Sky Demon Cult sounded very calm, it was obvious that his body was trembling slightly. Indeed, no one could bear such a high bid. After all, there was still the last item. Young Master, there's no need to continue competing. We already have a foolproof plan. The Sky Demon Cult won't be able to escape from us. The Scorpion Man whispered in young Master Tianhai's ear. That's right. So what if he wins the reincarnation elixir? Won't he still die? Yun Xiao Tianhai revealed a treacherous smile, then stopped bidding. Although it was more stable to bid for it now, it was not worth it to spend too many spirit stones. Even if he did not continue to bid, the Sky Demon Cult's black-robed man's bids still threw the auction hall into chaos and shock. That was not a stone, but a spirit stone. Most martial artists would never be able to have 10 million low-grade spirit stones in their entire lives, let alone 35 million. The expressions of the martial artists from Dragon Phoenix Mountain changed again and again. In the end, they gave up helplessly. There was no other way. They didn't have that much money. Although they wanted to get the reincarnation pills, they had no choice but to give up. Next up will be the finale of this auction. It's also the item that we think is the best. Don't miss it! Ji Qing smiled mysteriously. Having been in charge of the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company for so many years, he naturally knew what was most attractive to cultivators. At this moment, the auction house suddenly became absolutely silent. It was so silent that Ling Xiao thought that all those people were dead. Tianhai Yunshan's gaze instantly sharpened. He had already stood up from his seat. They're here! The real treasure! The Sky Demon Cult's black-robed man also already recovered from the bidding for the reincarnation pills earlier and placed all of his attention on the auction stage. The martial artists from Dragon Phoenix Mountain mustered up all their strength, planning to make the final gamble. That gaze was truly as sharp as a vulture's. In the center of the crystal platform, that 5-colored light slowly rose up. In that instant, Ji Qing suddenly erupted with an extremely horrifying aura, scaring many people in the auction house until they pulled out their weapons and stared at him, afraid that he would suddenly make a move. Ji Qing smiled and said, "Everyone, you don't have to be nervous. It's just that this auction item is a little special. I need to pay attention. Otherwise, it will probably fly away." What auction item could still fly away? Everyone had the same question in their hearts. The next instant, the 5-colored light dissipated. An additional box made of cold jade appeared on the crystal platform, exquisite to the extreme. But the key thing was naturally still the treasure in the box. Looks like a medicinal pill. Master, I heard that only black-grade top-grade medicinal pills can possibly have their own spiritual consciousness, and then tear through the air and fly away to prevent themselves from being eaten by people. Could it be that in this white tiger continent there is still someone who can refine such a powerful medicinal pill? Ling Xiao frowned, not quite understanding Ji Qing's cautiousness, so he asked Yuan Venerate. Don't forget that the Sky Dragon Trading Company is a large trading company that runs through 13 continents in the entire mystic world. They can totally bring such a terrifying medicinal pill from other places. Yuan Venerate reminded. Don't underestimate them. Ling Xiao nodded silently, and then stared at the cold jade box. He didn't use his Taiji eye to peek because that was too boring. The rest of the people had the same expression. There was no lack of madness and greed in their eyes. Ji Qing smiled and then gently waved his right hand. That cold jade box suddenly opened. A scarlet light flew out and actually scuttled out of the auction house. This sudden scene shocked all the martial artists so much that they wanted to see clearly. But the glaring red light caused many people to be unable to open their eyes. Of course, there were also people whose vision wasn't blocked by this red light. Ling Xiao was one of them. It was indeed a medicinal pill. A scarlet medicinal pill. The instant the cold jade box opened, it flew into the air in an attempt to escape the auction house. However, Ji Qing was already prepared. A terrifying aura enveloped an area of more than 10 meters around him. Although the medicinal pill flew out, it could only collide continuously within this range and couldn't escape. Ling Xiao noticed that as the medicinal pill flew, it actually turned into a fiery phoenix the size of a palm. The sharp cry was filled with powerful majesty, causing countless people to feel fear. It really is a top-notch mysterious grade medicinal pill, the Jade Blood Fiery Phoenix Pill. Ling Xiao had read the Eternal Divine Pill scripture before. Even if he couldn't refine this medicinal pill, he would definitely be able to recognize it. Sigh. She actually took this out to auction. It's laughable that I actually, sigh. The moment he saw this medicinal pill, the Yuan Venerate actually sighed repeatedly. Ling Xiao could clearly feel the despair and sorrow in his soul. It was as if some kind of belief he had all along had been completely shattered. Master, what's wrong? Ling Xiao was clearly more concerned about his master than the medicinal pill. Forget it, forget it. Even without her, I still have you as my disciple. From today onwards I will wholeheartedly nurture you into a talent. Perhaps only the Yuan Venerate himself knew the pain in his heart. Ling Xiao had only felt a little, yet it was already very unbearable. My good disciple, don't ask any more. I will naturally tell you when it's time. However, your current cultivation base is still too lacking and you won't be able to help much. Chapter 1648. Alright then. Although Ling Xiao really wanted to know what exactly made the Yuan Venerate become so miserable and despairing. But since the Yuan Venerate was unwilling to say, he could not force it either. Ling Xiao's gaze turned back to the Jade Blood Fire Phoenix Pill. He was recalling the effects of this black-grade top-grade medicinal pill in his mind. At this time, practically everyone in the venue revealed covetous looks. Many people did not even know what kind of medicinal pill it was and what effects it had. However, they understood that this medicinal pill was definitely not ordinary. The eyes of the Heavy Water Tower, Heavenly Demon Cult, and Dragon Phoenix Mountain martial artists were practically spewing red flames of greed. If not for Ji Qing standing there, they would really go up and snatch it. Ji Qing smiled and said, I believe everyone has also heard that only black-grade, top-grade, and above medicinal pills will bestow the medicinal pill with its own spiritual consciousness. And when refining the pill, a phenomenon will descend from the sky. This medicinal pill is the black-grade, top-grade medicinal pill, Jade Blood Fire Phoenix Pill. Everyone should be clear that in the mystic world, Earth-grade medicinal pills are practically lost already. It can be said that black-grade, top-grade medicinal pills are the best medicinal pills. I don't need to say its value. Everyone should be very clear. Whoosh. Before Ji Qing finished speaking, the auction hall that was originally filled with all kinds of rapid breathing instantly went crazy. Just as Ji Qing said, black-grade top-grade medicinal pills might be the best medicinal pills that could be refined in the mystic world. The vast majority of these martial artists present had never seen it before, and had only heard of it. I won't say much about how it is refined, but one of the materials is the fossil of a primordial fire phoenix. It must be a complete fossil with vitality. Everyone knows that a fire phoenix can be reborn in fire. And this jade blood fire phoenix pill fused with the fossil of a primordial fire phoenix. The effects naturally won't be bad. Ji Qing introduced the jade blood fire phoenix pill there. The breathing of the people below the stage one by one became rapid and frantic once again. It was as if there were tens of thousands of bellows constantly there at any time. Primordial fire phoenix fossils were extremely difficult to find in the first place. And a complete one was even more difficult. It also had to have vitality. That made people go crazy. Just looking at the difficulty of finding this kind of material, one should understand how difficult it was to refine this medicinal pill. Its effects naturally also made people look forward to it endlessly. Senior Ji Qing, what effects does it have exactly? Someone below the stage finally could not resist asking. There are two kinds of effects. The first was to rise from the ashes. Doesn't it sound familiar? That's right, its first effect was similar to the samsara pill. However, the difference is that it doesn't have any side effects. It will completely revive with full combat power. Not only will its previous injuries be completely healed, but its cultivation will also not decrease in the slightest. What? Hearing this, the scene almost exploded. The black-robed man from the heavenly demon cult was trembling. For a reincarnation pill, he had already taken out 35 million low-grade spirit stones. How was he going to get this terrifying jade blood fire phoenix pill? Yun Xiao Tianhai, on the other hand, let out a wild laugh of excitement. He looked proudly at the black-robed man, as if he had made a wise choice. However, Ling Xiao had a feeling that the frost talisman could only be auctioned with medium-grade spirit stones. This even better jade blood fire phoenix pill could probably only be auctioned with mid-grade spirit stones. Who knew what that idiot Yun Xiao Tianhai was so happy about? What about the other effect? Although the first effect of the jade blood fire phoenix pill was already heaven-defying enough, people were still very interested in the second effect. The second effect is to break out of the cocoon and be reborn. Or be reborn? Everyone was a little confused. This rebirth is different from the previous rebirth. It does not refer to the literal meaning, but refers to the ability to break out of the cocoon and be reborn. The second effect of the jade blood fire phoenix pill, simply put, is that when you are on the verge of death, or when you are reborn from the flames, you can break through your shackles and obtain a comprehensive breakthrough in your cultivation realm, soul strength, internal strength, and body. You will become even stronger, even more terrifying. Ji Qing indifferently glanced at the people below the stage and continued. The two effects of the jade blood fire phoenix pill can be stacked, or they can be activated separately. It all depends on luck. Perhaps many people are very clear on the first effect, but there are still some things you do not understand about breaking out of the cocoon and being reborn. Then I will give you an example. Everyone must have heard of the Heavenly Sea Holy Quartz Vice Principal, Heavenly Sea Yuhen. 30 years ago, the Heavenly Sea Empire was besieged by 3 great empires. At that time, Heavenly Sea Yuhen was only a youth at the first level of the Yin-Yang realm. He was unfortunately killed in battle. However, 3 years later, he shocked the world at the White Tiger Storm gathering and his cultivation rose to the 9th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Finally, 5 years ago, he broke through to the Rebirth realm and became one of the few Rebirth realm experts in the White Tiger continent. Why did he cultivate so quickly? It's because he once consumed the jade blood fire phoenix pill. Speaking up to here, Ji Qing proudly added, that jade blood fire phoenix pill was sold by our Heavenly Dragon Trading Company, so it is still fresh in my memory. Hearing this, the crowd immediately exclaimed. Many people knew that Heavenly Sea Yuhen was powerful, But Heavenly Siyu Hen's aptitude was actually not too outstanding when he was young. He could only be considered an ordinary little genius. However, after experiencing that death, it was as if he had become a completely different person. Many people thought that he had an epiphany, but they did not expect such a thing to happen. Ji Qing seemed to think that some people might not believe him, so he directly took out the transaction record from that year and said, "This is something we took out after greeting Vice Principal Heavenly Siyu Hen. It has Vice Principal Heavenly Siyu Hen's father's personal signature and fingerprint, so it cannot be faked." This scene caused the scene to become even more sensational. Even Ling Zhao's face was filled with shock. This Jade Blood Fire Phoenix pill did not seem to be as simple as increasing one's cultivation realm. It seemed to be able to improve a martialist's cultivation aptitude. This was the most frightening thing. "Master, is what Ji Qing said true?" Ling Xiao felt that this pill was a little too heaven-defying. It simply felt unreal, so he asked very cautiously. "What he said is true. He just concealed some things," Yuan Venerate replied. "The so-called rebirth through fire is not something that ordinary people can endure. If you can't endure it, then you can only bathe in fire. There is no rebirth. Everything is ultimately nothingness. I know Heavenly Siyu Hen. In fact, the person who sold the Jade Blood Fire Phoenix pill to the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company was me. In my entire life, I've only refined 3 of these pills, and I've spent a full 10 years to do so. If I had not been short of money at the time, I would not have sold it. After Heavenly Siyu Hen died, he experienced a nightmarish pain and almost did not make it through. That kid was also tough enough. I reckon that many people would not have been able to endure it. As for the rebirth through the cocoon, your understanding is actually wrong. It cannot change a person's aptitude, but at the moment of rebirth through the cocoon, it will release a large amount of energy and store it in the martialist's body, helping the martialist break through cultivation barriers. Chapter 1649. After breaking out of the cocoon and being reborn, a large amount of energy accumulated in the body can help a martialist break through. However, this energy is limited and will naturally disappear when it reaches a certain level. In the future, the martialist's cultivation speed will remain the same, Yuan Venerate explained with a smile. Even so, it's already heaven-defying enough. It can really be called a divine pill for someone with a firm will, Ling Xiao said. You're not wrong. Therefore, this will still be a crazy competition, but it won't have much to do with you. Given your aptitude, you don't need the Jade Blood Fire Phoenix pill at all. Yuan Venerate smiled. It's time to leave and make some preparations. Otherwise, I'm afraid you'll be anxious later. That's true. I really don't need it. Ling Xiao shrugged. He had already given up on the idea of bidding. Although the Jade Blood Fire Phoenix pill was miraculous, it really didn't mean much to him. He stood up and turned to leave. He hadn't been able to buy anything in today's auction, but he was in a good mood. In any case, young Master Tianhai had taken care of the items for him. He just had to take them when the time came. After Ling Xiao left the auction house, he sat down in a nearby tavern. His soul power spread out and enveloped an area of several kilometers. He even knew everything that had happened in the auction house like the back of his hand. After about a quarter of an hour, young Master Tianhai walked out angrily. That bastard from the Sky Demon cult! Not only did he steal my reincarnation pill, but he also didn't let go of the Jade Blood Fire Phoenix pill. Damn it, I didn't expect that the final bid would actually use mid-grade spirit stones. It's all that brat from the Dragon Phoenix continent's fault. Where is he? Didn't I tell you to keep an eye on him? Young Master, that person slipped away before the auction ended and didn't even take a single item. I suspect that he's an actor from the Sky Dragon auction house. It's better not to provoke him, the Scorpion Man said softly. Hearing this, young Master Tianhai was furious, but there was nothing he could do. He couldn't afford to offend the Sky Dragon Trading Company. Let's go! Forget about that brat. Let's capture that guy from the Sky Demon cult first. Young Master Tianhai mounted his mount and hurriedly left with the others. None of them noticed that there was a black shadow following behind them like a maggot. Ling Xiao was in no hurry to make a move, because he wanted to cook the heavy water tower and the black-robed man from the heavenly devil cult together. Although the reincarnation pill and the jade blood fire phoenix pill were not of much use to him. However, it wasn't completely useless. Even if it was the icing on the cake, it would be best if he could obtain it. With his aptitude, if he were to obtain the jade blood fire phoenix pill, not only would his cultivation speed increase, but he would also be able to obtain the jade blood fire phoenix pill. Moreover, he could also test if the 9 deaths reincarnation technique was really effective. He had always been worried that the 9 deaths reincarnation technique was fake, so he didn't dare to try it out. But with the jade blood fire phoenix pill, it didn't matter even if the 9 deaths reincarnation technique was fake. In any case, he could still come back to life. He had never worried that he would not be able to endure the pain. Ling Xiao had always been very confident in his ability to endure hardship. Following Yunxiao Tianhai, Ling Xiao really got to watch a good show. The black-robed man from the heavenly devil cult was besieged by the heavy water tower's patriarch, Protector Zhong Shui, as well as young Master Tianhai and the rest. Although he had charged left and right and killed many of the heavy water tower's men, he was still unable to defeat Protector Zhong Shui and was killed on the spot. Of course, in this battle, Protector Zhong Shui did not have it easy either. Not to mention that he was injured, he even lost a few hundred of his men. It was truly tragic. But to be able to obtain the reincarnation pill and the jade blood fire phoenix pill, to him, it was definitely worth it. Clean up the scene and retreat! Protector Zhong Shui was decisive. They were still in the Sin Domain's territory. Who knew if there would be an Oriole behind the mantis stalking the cicada? He only wanted to take the things and leave immediately. Suddenly, a scream came out from the crowd. The scorpion man who was helping young Master Tianhai to take the 2 time crystals was sent flying. The time crystal also landed in the hands of the black shadow that suddenly attacked. Ling Xiao's timing was perfect, and the moment he attacked, he snatched the time crystal. Although he wanted the frost talisman, the reincarnation pill, and the jade blood fire phoenix pill, there was a difference in the severity of the matter. It was only when Ling Xiao stood still and revealed a mocking smile that everyone finally reacted from this sudden turn of events. Of course, Protector Zhong Shui reacted the fastest. Among these people, his cultivation was the strongest as he was at the peak of the 7th level of the yin-yang realm. However, he was injured by the heavenly demon cult's black-robed man's counterattack. He should be thanking the heavens for being able to display the strength of a 6th level of the yin-yang realm. This was also the reason why Ling Xiao dared to show himself. He didn't just leave after grabbing the items because he wanted more things. It's actually you! Young Master Tianhai also recognized Ling Xiao. New and old hatred surged in his heart, and he immediately roared like a mad lion. Haha, young Master Tianhai, I trust you have been well since we last met. Thank you for taking care of this time crystal for me. A mocking smile appeared on the handsome face, and he did not seem to care about the surrounding heavy water tower's martial artists. Bastard, hurry up and hand over the time crystal. Otherwise, you'll die without a complete corpse. Although young Master Tianhai did not care about the time crystal, how could he let someone play with him like this? No matter who this person was, he had to kill him today. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and casually placed the time crystal into his storage ring. Then he said, "Oh right, take out the frost talisman, reincarnation pill, and jade blood fire phoenix pill. If you do that, I can let you live. Otherwise, the water spirit hall and heavy water tower will be completely annihilated here today." His words were said very casually, as if he was talking about a very ordinary matter. This made the heavy water tower's people even more furious. "Father, don't let this brat go. You must kill him!" Young Master Tianhai roared loudly. Protector Zhong Shui glanced at Ling Xiao and nodded. He agreed with his son's suggestion. No matter what, he couldn't tolerate being bullied like this. "Kill!" He received his father's silent consent. Yun Xiao Tianhai roared. In that instant, dozens of heavy water towers martial artists surrounded Ling Xiao in a circle and charged out. Among these dozens of martial artists, some were at the half-step yin-yang realm, and some were at the first level of the yin-yang realm. Even the black-robed man from the heavenly demon cult had suffered when facing such a large number of martial artists. In young Master Tianhai's opinion, a young man who looked like he was only 17 or 18 years old was definitely going to die. Seeing those people attacking him, Ling Xiao still looked calm and unruffled. He did not even show any signs of attacking. Instead, he crossed his arms in front of his chest as if this battle had nothing to do with him. What a pity! I didn't want to kill so many people today. Why can't you obediently hand over the item? As soon as he finished speaking, the dozens of cultivators had already launched their attacks at him. Bang! Bang! Chaotic sounds of attacks rose and fell. Chapter 1650. Let's see if you're still alive! Young Master Yun Tianhai felt very satisfied. Being able to kill this annoying brat made him even more excited than obtaining the reincarnation pill and jade blood fire phoenix pill. However, in the next moment, his eyes popped out like a frog's eyes. Even though he was attacked by dozens of people, Ling Xiao still stood there with his arms crossed. Not only was he unharmed, but he even had a disdainful smile on his face. If you attack me, then you'll have to be prepared to die. Ling Xiao suddenly grinned. Crimson Sun feather raiment. Blazing heat suddenly exploded around his body. Only a few of the dozens of martial artists managed to escape. The rest were instantly burned to death by the high temperature. The better ones still had their charred corpses intact. The worst ones directly evaporated into thin air. As his cultivation increased, the Crimson Sun feather raiment was simply too useful to instantly kill these trashy martial artists. It did not require much inner strength, but it could achieve instant results. Then, Ling Xiao's figure suddenly flashed and turned into an afterimage as he tore through the air. In just an instant, those few martial artists who were trying to escape were killed under his fist. All of them exploded with a single punch without mercy. Young Master Yun Tianhai's expression was extremely gloomy. He looked at his father, Guardian Zhongshui, and said, "Father, help me by the side. Watch how I kill this brat. He's only at the third level of the yin-yang realm, yet he dares to act rashly in front of me." As he spoke, young Master Yun Tianhai touched his storage ring, and a treasured saber flew out. It was about 1 meter long and as thin as a cicada's wing, but it exuded a cold, murderous aura. "Yes, but child, you still have to be careful. This brat is a bit cunning, and his defense is also very strong." Guardian Zhongshui saw that Ling Xiao was only at the third level of the yin-yang realm, so he did not plan to personally attack. However, he could let his son, young Master Yun Tianhai, practice and vent his anger. With him by the side, even if an accident happened, he would be able to rescue him in time. The rest of the martial artists also retreated, forming a circle around Ling Xiao, trapping him within. The black-robed man from the heavenly demon cult was much stronger than this brat. He was a 6th-level yin-yang realm martial artist. Wasn't he killed all the same? Although several dozen martial artists died all of a sudden, this was nothing to the heavy water tower. It was very easy for a half-step yin-yang realm martial artist to replenish their strength. That time crystal must have some secret, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't have risked following us and attacking us with your tentacles. Yun Xiao Tianhai sneered as he walked towards Ling Xiao, a ball of water vapor wriggling behind him. That should be his martial soul. His body gradually entered the half-crocodile state. Even if his opponent was much weaker than him, he still did not plan to underestimate his opponent. He wanted his opponent to feel despair and die in this despair. Ling Xiao smiled and said, "You're quite smart. So, from the very beginning, when you fought with me for the time crystal, you were actually giving yourself an invitation to death. Hee, is that so?" Young Master Tianhai also sneered. "I really don't understand where you, a mere third-level yin-yang realm martial artist, get your courage from. I will definitely kill you, and then get those 2-time crystals back. I believe that with the heavy water tower's ability, it won't be difficult to uncover its secret. It's a pity that you'll never have that chance. Ling Xiao still did not unsheath his sword. Yun Xiao Tianhai was only a 4th-level yin-yang realm martial artist, although his cultivation was 1 level higher than his. However, his combat strength was far inferior, and he might not even be able to break through his defense. Using a sword would be a pure waste. He did not even use his internal strength, and he even removed the Scarlet Sun feather raiment. He just stood there and looked at his opponent coldly. You really won't shed tears until you see the coffin? I, Yun Xiao Tianhai, have come to Sin Realm many times, and I've seen many idiots like you who have their rationality devoured by greed. This kind of idiot usually only ends up dead. As Yun Xiao Tianhai spoke, the ball of water vapor behind him suddenly spun faster, and the water vapor continuously flowed into the cicada blade in his hand. The blade exploded with a sharp aura. Fighting spirit began to burn on the battlefield. His eyes were filled with the madness and brutality of a wild beast. Roar! A low roar burst from his throat. His figure suddenly shot out, and a 1-foot-deep hole appeared where he had been standing. His body was like an arrow, and he instantly appeared 1 meter in front of Ling Xiao. Then, the cicada blade in his hand exploded with saber intent, and a sharp saber energy tore through the air and fiercely chopped down on Ling Xiao's head. The sound of something being torn apart could be heard in the air. It was ear-piercing and unpleasant to hear, but it did not stop. There was even a burnt smell in the air, as if the air itself was being burned. When the saber energy was less than a foot away from Ling Xiao finally made his move. He suddenly raised his right fist. He did not use any internal strength, but there was still the sound of wind and thunder. Boom! A terrifying collision sound exploded in the air, and sparks flew everywhere, and water vapor flew everywhere. Young Master Tianhai's aqua-blue internal strength created a huge ripple, and it spread out with Ling Xiao as the center. It lifted the soil around Ling Xiao by nearly a foot. However, Ling Xiao remained standing in the face of such a ferocious attack. The ground beneath his feet was undamaged, and there was not the slightest wound on his body. This is your strength? Isn't that too disappointing? Ling Xiao looked at young Master Tianhai with disdain. He was hoping that young Master Tianhai would have some special skills to make him happy. He did not expect young Master Tianhai to be even weaker than an ordinary martial artist at the 4th level of the yin-yang realm. You must have relied on pills to forcefully increase your cultivation, Ling Xiao added indifferently. Fly! After saying that, a terrifying power suddenly erupted from Ling Gao's arm. The power of the Queen of Heaven-Earth exploded in his arm and charged out. Young Master Tianhai was directly sent flying. Protector Zhongshui reacted quickly and stopped young Master Tianhai. Both of them looked at Ling Xiao in surprise. They did not understand how a martial artist at the 3rd level of the yin-yang realm could have such terrifying strength. This guy has such powerful strength. Could he be a body refinement martial artist that is about to go extinct? Young Master Tianhai steadied himself and said in fear. That should be it. However, son, your cultivation is stronger than his. There is no need to fear him. Although a body refinement martial artist has strong defense, most of their attacks are not that good. As long as you use your full strength, it should not be a problem to defeat him. Protector Zhongshui nodded and said, I know, Dad. Young Master Tianhai suddenly sneered and looked at Ling Xiao. You are very strong. At least your defense is the strongest I have seen under this realm. However, you still can't escape death. As he spoke, the water vapor behind him quickly turned red. It was blood red and had a strong smell of blood. Then, even the cicada blade in his hand turned blood red, and the smell of blood became even stronger. Chapter 1651. It's your first time in the White Tiger continent. You should be careful instead of provoking strong enemies like us. With a sneer, young Master Tianhai was enveloped by blood-red vapor. The cicada blade in his hand turned into a giant blade that was a few meters long. Ling Xiao could feel the blood in his body churning as if it was about to leave his body. He guessed that it was the special effect of the martial soul mutation. But so what? Ling Xiao smiled. He didn't intend to use his inner strength. Instead, he hooked his finger at young Master Tianhai. You're courting death! Bone-corroding blood demon blade! Young Master Tianhai charged out from his original spot and charged at Ling Xiao like a blood demon. The terrifying blood-red aura turned the surrounding dozens of meters into a blood-red color. It was filled with a nauseating stench of blood. Tower Master, I didn't expect the young master to have mastered the bone-corroding blood demon blade. How surprising. Even a yin-yang realm 5th level martial artist wouldn't be able to withstand this attack, let alone a yin-yang realm 3rd level martial artist. The martial artist standing beside Guardian Zhongshui said excitedly. You're right. This is one of the ultimate techniques of our Water God Hall. Not many people can master it. Tianhai Pearl seems to have mastered the blood demon aura. It's a pity that she died in the Divine Phoenix continent. Guardian Zhongshui chuckled and said, This kid came from the Dragon Phoenix continent. He should know Ling Xiao. Tower Master, do you think he's the Heavenly Emperor Ling Xiao? Someone frowned and asked. How is that possible? Rumor has it that the Heavenly Emperor Ling Xiao is skilled in swordsmanship. This kid is obviously a physique refinement martial artist. It's impossible. Guardian Zhongshui shook his head. He felt that this guess was nonsense. Other than the fact that they both came from the same continent, and were both relatively young, there was almost nothing else in common between the two of them. It doesn't matter if he's Ling Xiao or not. He's going to die today. The bone-corroding blood demon blade will extract all the blood in his body and turn him into a dried corpse. He'll be gone forever. Another person chuckled. Ling Xiao looked indifferently at Yun Xiao Tianhai's attack and actually sighed. This person's cultivation was clearly stronger than the Heavenly Sea Pearls, but the battle intent and pressure he displayed was actually weaker than the person who had already been killed by him. Could it be that the Sky Sea Pearl was unable to unleash its full strength due to the laws of the world when they were killing the Dragon Forest? Haha, if that was really the case, then the 7 heroes of the Water Spirit Temple would have died too unjustly. Being killed without being able to use his full strength was definitely not a good feeling. Glancing indifferently at Yun Xiao Tianhai who was flying towards him, Ling Xiao didn't want to waste any more time. Within his body, the power of 50 Sovereign Queen of Heaven-Earth cells was released. Under everyone's gaze, Ling Xiao's fist landed on Yun Xiao Tianhai's head at a speed that was hard to follow with the naked eye. In that instant, a tyrannical power rushed through young Master Tianhai's body. Boom! Finally, the frail body could no longer withstand the pressure, and exploded. The dignified heavy water tower's young master had actually died so miserably that not even a complete corpse was left behind. At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded. Even the heavy water tower's protector didn't think of taking revenge for a moment. Instead, he was completely stunned. After a moment, he suddenly roared like a madman and pounced towards Ling Xiao. Facing the sudden attack of Protector Heavy Water, Ling Xiao only smiled coldly. The power of 200 Sovereign Queen of Heaven-Earth cells was completely released. Then, he punched out with both fists at the same time. Although Protector Heavy Water was very strong, he had attacked hastily and was already injured. Now that he attacked rashly, Ling Xiao didn't need to use his full strength at all. Boom! Amidst the explosion, the two palms and fists collided. Then, a terrifying shockwave rolled and spread in all directions. Several of the heavy water tower's martial artists who couldn't retreat in time were actually killed by the shockwave. The collision had only lasted for a moment, but Protector Heavy Water's arms actually emitted strange cracking sounds. He screamed miserably in terror, and his body retreated abruptly. In the confrontation of strength this time, he lost. Furthermore, he lost very miserably. The bones in his two arms couldn't withstand that terrifying power and nearly shattered. Poowork! While flying back, Protector Heavy Water spat out a mouthful of blood. His arms finally started to distort and deform. Even his ribs clearly caved in. Didn't anyone tell you that when facing a body refinement martial artist, you must never foolishly meet force with force? Ling Zhao's voice approached like a ghost. Protector Heavy Water was simply aggrieved to the extreme. A single mistake caused him to completely fall into a disadvantage. He was actually going to be pursued by a martial artist whose cultivation was much weaker than his. Retreat! He roared hysterically and borrowed the force of his retreat to speed up and flee for his life. He knew that if he wanted to defeat the other party, he could only wait until his strength completely recovered before it was possible. Now, he could only flee for his life. Behind him, the miserable cries of the Heavy Water Tower's martial artists came. Those people were loyal and wanted to block the pursuer for him, but the result was that they were all annihilated in an instant. Ling Xiao only took Heavenly Sea and Xiao's storage ring, then chased after Protector Heavy Water again. In today's battle, he didn't plan on leaving anyone alive. The Water Spirit Hall schemed to kill him, so why should he pity the other party? Who exactly are you? Why do you insist on being enemies with my Heavy Water Tower? Let me live, and I can give you the Reincarnation Pill and Jade Blood Fire Phoenix Pill. Protector Heavy Water shouted loudly as he fled. Ling Zhao's speed was too fast. He actually couldn't pull away at all. Instead, this distance was rapidly shortening. This made him feel incomparably terrified. Want others to hear and come to save you? It's useless, Ling Xiao said coldly. But since you asked who I am, I can tell you. In just an instant, Ling Xiao turned into a stream of flowing light and appeared beside Protector Heavy Water. Then, he laughed beside his ear and said, I'm the Ling Xiao that you all have always wanted to kill. Impossible. Protector Heavy Water was inexplicably horrified. When did Ling Xiao actually possess such a terrifying body? How did this guy cultivate? Also, why didn't anyone know that he came to the White Tiger continent? It was a pity that this kind of question already would never have an answer. Ling Xiao suddenly reached out and struck Protector Heavy Water to the ground with a karate chop. Then, he killed him with a shadow all. Obtaining Protector Heavy Water's storage ring, Ling Xiao turned around and left. The commotion of the battle just now was already very big. Coupled with Protector Heavy Water's shout, if there were people nearby, they would rush over very quickly. Ling Xiao would never try to fight an unnecessary battle because it would only be a waste of time and energy. There was no benefit to it at all. Time Crystal, Frost Talisman, Reincarnation Pill, Jade Blood Fire Phoenix Pill. The 4 treasures from the auction all fell into his hands. What was there to be dissatisfied with? Chapter 1652. Less than 5 minutes after Ling Xiao left the scene, many martialists gathered. These people might not necessarily be there to rescue people. They might be there to kill and plunder. After all, there were such killings every day in the Sin domain. Many martialists were like vultures waiting for the battle to end before reaping the benefits. Most of these people were like that. Who exactly was it that actually wiped out the Sky Demon Cult and the Heavy Water Tower? All the martialists gasped when they saw the mess on the ground. The person who could kill Protector Heavy Water should at least be a martialist of the same level as him. Who could it be? No matter who it was, I'm afraid that the Tianhai Empire won't be peaceful for a while. The White Tiger meet is about to begin, and many hidden powerhouses and geniuses will come out of seclusion. TSK. We'd better be careful. The moment he stepped out of the Sin domain, Ling Xiao felt a lot more relaxed. Thus, he found a place to rest and recover his strength. After all, he was going to the Dragon Phoenix Mountain to find trouble. If he didn't have enough strength, it wouldn't be good if he got beaten up. I really didn't expect to reap so many rewards this time. Ling Xiao had only intended to snatch the Ice Talisman and the Time Crystal from young Master Tianhai. He hadn't expected that he would also obtain the Reincarnation Elixir and the Jade Blood Fire Phoenix Elixir. This was really unexpected. You should eat the Jade Blood Fire Phoenix Elixir directly. It will easily attract trouble if you keep it by your side. The Yuan Venerate's voice suddenly rang out in Ling Xiao's mind. Master, are you sure you want me to eat it? That is a top-notch dark-grade elixir. Who knows what the consequences will be if I consume it? I also don't know if this place is safe. Ling Xiao asked hesitantly. Don't worry, I refined that elixir. I know best what will happen if you eat it. The Yuan Venerate was certain. All right then. Ling Xiao agreed to the Yuan Venerate's request. However, he still found a more secluded cave before swallowing the Jade Blood Fire Phoenix elixir. Huh! Ling Xiao was stunned when he swallowed the elixir. He didn't feel anything special. Was this really a top-grade profound-grade pill? Don't be surprised. This Jade Blood Fire Phoenix pill doesn't take effect when you eat it, but when you're on the verge of death or after you've been reborn from the ashes. Thus, eating it now won't cause any special effects. The Yuan Venerate chuckled. Don't tell me you want to experience a painful experience that makes you wish you were dead? That's true. Ling Xiao nodded and accepted this statement, but he was still a little unwilling to give up. Master, could it be that the Jade Blood Fire Phoenix pill can only be used when one is on the verge of death or when one is reborn from the ashes? There's no effect if it's taken directly? The Yuan Venerate fell silent for a moment before replying. It is still useful, but it might not be of much use to you. Oh? Ling Xiao's interest was piqued. The Yuan Venerate explained. Previously, Ji Qing also said that the Jade Blood Fire Phoenix pill was refined using the fossil of an immemorial fire phoenix as the main ingredient. Moreover, it was a primordial fire phoenix that possessed life force. Therefore, after consuming it, it could actually increase one's self-healing ability. However, you have a profound world physique, so this effect is of little value to you. It would be boring to use it, but it would be a pity to discard it. That's true. Ling Xiao shrugged and immediately lost interest. However, I do have a chant that will allow you to fuse this energy into your light profound and increase the power of your light profound. Perhaps, all of your moves based on the profound truths of light will have a certain degree of increase in power. The Yuan Venerate added, Master, can you stop taking such deep breaths? Hurry up and tell me. You can't possibly waste this energy. My Scarlet Sun 9 transformations has not made any progress after reaching the pure young change. Perhaps I can break through after converting this power. Ling Xiao was a little speechless. You didn't ask, did you? The Yuan Venerate chuckled. Furthermore, it's just a possibility. It might not actually happen. Master, don't you know who your disciple is? Ling Xiao had the Taiji Eye and the tyrannical sky martial soul. No matter how difficult something was, even if there was only a 10% chance of success, he could still make it 100%. All right. The Yuan Venerate pondered for a moment before imparting the chant to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao silently recited the incantation. Suddenly, he felt the originally slumbering Jade Blood Fire Phoenix pill in his body tremble. A blazing energy started to spread from his dantian to his entire body. This blazing heat felt as if it was going to melt his body. However, this pain was nothing to Ling Xiao, who was proficient in the light intent. He took a deep breath and circulated the light intent. The blazing energy was slowly injected into the yin-yang mirror before it started to fuse with Ling Xiao's own power. If there were any bystanders around, they would definitely discover that his body was emitting a fiery red glow like a small burning sun. Time seemed to have lost its meaning once cultivation started. Buzz! 2 hours later, thousands of golden rays shot out of the cave, scaring the surrounding animals and causing them to flee in all directions. Ha ha ha! It's really done! The stagnant Scarlet Sun 9 transformations has finally advanced to the Heavenly Sun transformation. Just based on this point alone, the cultivation this time was not in vain. Ling Xiao laughed heartily. Actually, this wasn't the only result of this cultivation. The power of the light intent had actually increased, but it wasn't as obvious as the Scarlet Sun 9 transformations. In addition, Ling Xiao's cultivation also showed signs of a breakthrough. He reckoned that it wouldn't be long before he reached the 4th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Master, you seem to have something on your mind? Ling Xiao sat on the ground to rest after the cultivation ended. He suddenly recalled the strange reaction of the Yuan Venerate at the auction house and couldn't help but ask. The Yuan Venerate sighed. I've already said that your cultivation is still too weak. There are some things that you can't change even if you know about them. In that case, what's the harm in saying it? It must be uncomfortable to keep it bottled up in your heart, right? The reason Ling Xiao asked again was mainly because he sensed that the Yuan Venerate was in low spirits. Otherwise, he wouldn't have casually asked about his master's private matters. After a long silence, the Yuan Venerate sighed again. Forget it. Since you want to know, there's no harm in telling you. Actually, the matter isn't complicated. The Jade Blood Fire Phoenix elixir that you obtained was given to a woman by me. That woman was the love of your master's life. Many people say that your master's physical body was destroyed because I went to the Heaven's Chosen Gate. However, they don't know why I did that. Ling Xiao listened quietly at the side and did not interrupt. The Yuan Venerate's tone was filled with grief and indignation. On our wedding night, I gave my life's worth of research to that woman. She was also an outstanding alchemist, blacksmith, and array formation master. She was just slightly inferior to me. Chapter 1653. The Yuan Venerate continued to recount his past. After obtaining my lifelong research, I thought that we could grow old together. However, I never imagined that she would collude with others to kill me after obtaining those things. She didn't know that I had also swallowed a Jade Blood Fire Phoenix elixir. Although I survived, I was like a walking corpse. I stepped into the gate of Heaven's Chosen and never wanted to see her again. If I were master, I would have definitely killed that woman and her accomplices. Ling Xiao said coldly. They couldn't have been killed. I only felt despair back then. Do you know who her accomplices were? The Yuan Venerate smiled bitterly. How could I not be angry back then? How could I not think of revenge? Besides feeling despair, I also wanted to have a fortuitous encounter, improve my strength, and come back for revenge. Could it be the ruler of the immortal court? Ling Xiao joked. However, the Yuan Venerate fell silent. Ling Xiao said in shock. No way, is it really that person? The Yuan Venerate nodded. There are 7 rulers in the immortal court who control the 7 nomological laws of the mystic realm. Their status is even higher than the immortal emperor of the heavenly court. Master's enemy is the master of the 7 rulers, an existence known as the king of rulers. Ling Xiao was really shocked. He could understand the despair and helplessness of the Yuan Venerate. He had no other choice but to step into the gate of Heaven's Chosen and try his luck against the super powerhouse who controlled the nomological laws of this realm. He deserves to die. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth and said fiercely. The Yuan Venerate's soul was in his mountain river realm, so he could feel his master's despair and anger. He had been betrayed and hurt by the people he loved and suppressed by a powerful force. He could really tear someone apart alive. His master hadn't had an easy life all these years. Even if the other party is a king of rulers, you still think that he deserves to die? The Yuan Venerate asked. Doesn't he deserve to die? Aren't you afraid at all? He is a supreme being who controls the 7 rulers. Offending him is equivalent to offending the entire mystic realm. Is it worth it for master? Yuan Venerate's voice trembled as his soul trembled. Ling Xiao grinned and said, Master, don't you know who I am? How can a scum like him be called a king of sovereigns? I'll definitely drag him down from his illusory throne and beat him to death. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, looks like the heavens are treating me well. The soul of the Yuan Venerate trembled even more violently. He was extremely excited. She had never been so happy before. He had always thought that he would never be able to take revenge in this lifetime. But Ling Xiao gave him hope. Being by Ling Xiao's side, he clearly understood the terrifying aptitude and talent of this young man. In this world, only he and the butterfly lady knew that Ling Xiao possessed the tyrant martial spirit. How could someone who possessed the tyrannical martial soul fear a king of sovereigns? Let's go, master. I'll go to the Dragon Phoenix Mountain first to kill my enemy. Ling Xiao knew very well that his strength was still far from that of the Supreme King of Sovereigns. Revenge was definitely not something that could be accomplished in a short period of time. Right now, he could only take things one step at a time and take care of his own matters. Ling Xiao unfolded the sun-moon divine wings and broke through the sky, flying towards the Dragon Phoenix Mountain at an extremely fast speed. On the Dragon Phoenix Mountain, Venerable Dragon Phoenix was entertaining Tiahimo, the Dragon Prince, Dying and the others from Water Sacred Hall for a meal. Although he was extremely unhappy and felt exceptionally sullen, this was the order of the sect leader. But this was an order from the sect leader, and his power could not compare to the Dragon Prince's, so he could only swallow his anger. At that moment, Venerable Dragon Phoenix suddenly felt a murderous intent coming from the horizon. At the same time, Tiahimo, the Dragon Prince, and the others felt it even more clearly. That ice-cold murderous intent was like a cold winter wind that made their bodies turn cold and sent chills down their spines. Someone is coming! Furthermore, this murderous intent seems to be targeted at Water Sacred Hall. Venerable Dragon Phoenix was secretly delighted. These guys from Water Sacred Hall should have been dealt with long ago, but he didn't know where this aura came from. Everyone put down their chopsticks and looked into the distance. As the murderous intent became more and more obvious, the range of the murderous intent also became more and more specific. The Dragon Prince's body trembled. He stood up abruptly. That murderous intent was actually targeted at him. Although all the martial artists from Water Sacred Hall were enveloped by this murderous intent, there was no doubt that the other party wanted to kill him the most. How dare you! This prince wants to see just what kind of assassin it is that dares to try and kill us in broad daylight. The Dragon Prince smiled coldly and sat back down. This place was different from the Divine Phoenix continent. He could completely unleash his strength without holding back. Although this murderous intent was powerful, its cultivation was at most at the third level of the yin-yang realm. How could it be a match for him? Soon, a black dot appeared in everyone's field of vision. Then, in just a breath's time, that black dot turned into a figure. A very clear figure. Ling Xiao! Seeing this figure, almost everyone present was shocked. This guy actually came to the White Tiger continent. What does he want to do? The martial artists from Water Sacred Hall still did not forget the fear in the Killing Dragon Forest. They knew that they had returned to the White Tiger continent, and did not have to fear Ling Xiao anymore. But their bodies were still trembling. You're actually not dead? To be honest, the Dragon Prince was very surprised. Tiahai Guangqiao and the Heavenly Demon cult did not kill Ling Xiao, so he endured it. But he did not expect this guy to be safe and sound after stepping out of the Sin domain. This was a little interesting. He was confused again. If Ling Xiao was not dead, shouldn't he find a place to hide and cultivate? What did he want to do by coming to the Dragon Phoenix Mountain? Was such a powerful murderous intent, could it be that he wanted to kill them here? Boom! An explosive aura sounded in the sky above the Dragon Phoenix Mountain. Ling Xiao instantly slowed down. The friction with the air actually caused sparks to fly everywhere. The scene was very terrifying. Ling Xiao did not look at the Dragon Prince. Instead, he landed and cupped his fists towards Master Long Huang. Senior, long time no see. It seems like you've suffered a lot of grievances? His words were very polite, but he also called out Master Long Huang. Right now, he was a little useless. Master Long Huang shook his head awkwardly, and then asked, Ling Xiao, why did you rush to the Dragon Phoenix Mountain with murderous intent? Of course it's to kill. Ling Xiao cast his gaze towards the Dragon Prince and the rest. His cold gaze was like two sharp sword qi, causing those martial artists to feel waves of piercing pain. The breathing of some of the Water Sacred Hall martial artists instantly became hurried. Only the Dragon Prince, number one hero, and Tiahimo were not afraid of Ling Xiao's gaze. Instead, they stared over, filled with fighting intent. The terrifying fighting intent collided in the air and actually formed a terrifying fighting intent vortex. The wind wreaked havoc, and for a moment, cups and plates were in a mess. Chapter 1654. When esteemed Long Huang saw the tense scene, he was already sure that something had happened. Most likely, that heavenly sea raging tide and heavenly demon cult's mouths were loose, and Ling Xiao had already found out that those things were instigated by the Dragon Crown Prince. With Ling Xiao's temper, how could he not come knocking on their door? But he still felt that Ling Xiao was a little too reckless this time. The laws of the White Tiger Continent were different from the Divine Phoenix Continent. Ling Xiao could be invincible in the Divine Phoenix Continent, but here, that might not be the case. Everyone calm down. If there's anything, we can sit down and talk slowly. Esteemed Long Huang naturally supported Ling Xiao to kill the Dragon Crown Prince and the others. But he was worried that Ling Xiao's current strength was not enough, so he planned to stall for time. You shut up and scram to the side. You don't have the right to interrupt here. He never thought that the Dragon Crown Prince would spout arrogant words and directly curse him viciously. Esteemed Long Huang clenched his fists, his chest heaving up and down. If possible, he really wanted to fight the Dragon Crown Prince to the death right now. He was already so old, and being humiliated like this in his own sect, this was simply a huge humiliation. The Dragon Crown Prince ignored him and instead looked at Ling Xiao and said, Ling Xiao, you have guts. This is the Dragon Phoenix Mountain. Aren't you too impudent to come here with killing intent? You don't put the Dragon Phoenix Mountain in your eyes at all. Ling Xiao sneered and said, A sect that can't even protect the dignity of its own elder, why should I put it in my eyes? He did not care about the Dragon Phoenix Mountain at all. This trash sect's existence was a disgrace. Their own elder was humiliated like this, but their sect master was nowhere to be seen. The disciples did not even dare to fart. Could it be that he was afraid? Moreover, you insulted the elder of the Dragon Phoenix Mountain. Aren't you more detestable than me? Don't you think it's too childish to use this kind of big hat to pin on me? Ling Xiao said disdainfully. Then, he took a step forward. An even more tyrannical killing intent crazily surged out, killing towards all the martial artists of the Water Divine Hall. Ah! Shrill screams suddenly rang out. Several half-step yin-yang realm martial artists were crippled by this terrifying killing intent. His death looked extremely horrifying. Blood flowed out of his 7 orifices, and his face was pale. Ling Xiao discovered something interesting. He had always thought that martial artists from the White Tiger Continent would not be able to surpass the 5th level of the yin-yang realm when they arrived at the Divine Phoenix Continent. But now, he felt that he might have misunderstood, and it was a big mistake. The true law is, when martial artists from the White Tiger Continent went to the Divine Phoenix Continent, regardless of their cultivation, they would be directly weakened. This was also the reason why those Celestial Realm practitioners who had followed the Dragon Prince to the Divine Phoenix Continent had all become half-step yin-yang realm practitioners. Of course, it was impossible for him to improve in a short period of time. Instead, it was due to the laws. As for how much they would be weakened, this was calculated according to the degree of evil that the martial artists of the White Tiger Continent had committed in the Divine Phoenix Continent. The more evil one did, the more one would be weakened. This was why Superior Dragon Phoenix's cultivation base was still at the 5th level of the yin-yang realm, while the Dragon Crown Prince was at the 6th level of the yin-yang realm. However, his cultivation base had been reduced to the 4th level of the yin-yang realm. From the sound of it, this law was quite interesting. If it were not for the existence of this law, a weak continent would have been destroyed by a strong continent long ago. However, why did the 7 sovereigns set up such a law? Ling Xiao did not think that they did it out of kindness. It was probably the result of balancing benefits. Now that he had seen more, Ling Xiao also knew that on every continent, there were actually powerful practitioners who could ignore the mystic realm's law. Their strength was probably not inferior to the 7 sovereigns. However, due to certain reasons, they could not make a move, or they needed certain conditions before they could make a move. This matter was too complicated. Ling Xiao could not figure it out in such a short time, so he might as well not think too much about it. What he wanted to do now was to eliminate the Dragon Prince who had schemed to kill him. Ling Xiao, how dare you kill someone from the Water God Hall? Do you really think that no one here can stop you? The Dragon Prince's aura gushed out and blocked Ling Xiao's terrifying killing intent. This allowed the martial artist from the Water God Hall to survive. So what if I killed your people? What are you going to do? Ling Xiao looked at the Dragon Prince disdainfully and said, Esteemed Master Long Huang, this Ling Xiao is behaving atrociously in your Dragon Phoenix Mountain. Aren't you going to do something about it? The Dragon Prince suddenly looked at esteemed Master Long Huang and questioned. He still couldn't figure out Ling Xiao's background, so he wanted esteemed Master Long Huang to fight with Ling Xiao and take the opportunity to figure out the situation. This way, when he fought with Ling Xiao again, it would be safer. The Dragon Prince just told me to shut up, right? I don't dare to meddle in your business. I'm sorry. Esteemed Master Long Huang was not a fool. He could see through the Dragon Prince's thoughts at a glance. He glanced at the Dragon Prince indifferently, and said disdainfully, Are you trying to rebel? Phoenix cry dance! Scram out here for this Crown Prince. Is this how you discipline the elders under you? Do you really not plan on continuing your Dragon Phoenix Mountain? The Dragon Prince was so angry that his veins were bulging. He suddenly roared at the sky. Ha ha ha, Dragon Prince, don't be angry. Esteemed Master Long Huang said that because he was angry. You are a magnanimous person. I hope you don't blame him. A series of laughter came from the sky. Then, a man in a water blue robe appeared amidst the laughter. After landing, he looked at Ling Xiao and said, Young man, the White Tiger meet is about to begin. You and the Dragon Prince are both candidates. No matter what deep hatred you have, I hope you can put it aside and settle it after the White Tiger meet ends. How about it? This Phoenix Cry dance should also be from the Ice Phoenix clan. However, Ling Xiao didn't hate all of them. In addition, this person's attitude was not bad, so he didn't say anything too harsh. He only shook his head slightly and said, I came to the White Tiger continent from afar not for the White Tiger meet, but to kill him. This person deliberately wants my life. As the sect master of Dragon Phoenix Mountain, do you still want to protect him? Phoenix Cry dance was very strong. At the very least, he was stronger than the Dragon Prince and Protector Zhongshui. Ling Xiao didn't understand why this person was speaking so humbly to the Dragon Prince. Could this be the so-called people in the martial world have no choice? Phoenix Cry dance probably didn't dare to offend the Water Spirit Temple for the safety of the Dragon Phoenix Mountain disciples. Phoenix Cry dance frowned and said, Young man, it's not that I don't want you to take revenge, I'm just postponing it. We have to look at the big picture. After all, we have to participate in the White Tiger meet in the name of the Tianhai Empire. Why does the Tianhai Empire want trash to participate in the White Tiger meet? Are they going to make a fool of themselves? Ling Xiao suddenly asked. These words caused the crowd to freeze. What did he mean? Was he saying that the Water Spirit Temple's people were trash? Chapter 1655. Young man, don't you think you're exaggerating? The Dragon Crown Prince is at the 6th level of the Yin-Yang realm. It's not easy for someone under 30 to reach this level. The first hero is slightly weaker than him, but he's definitely one of the Tianhai Empire's choices for the White Tiger meet. Feng Ming and Wu Yang frowned. Sect Master, you're wrong. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, I'm only at the 3rd level of the Yin-Yang realm. The Dragon Crown Prince and the number 1 hero don't dare to accept my challenge. Do you expect them to deal with the masters of the other 3 empires and the Jingyi school? Feng Ming and Wu Yang were speechless. They couldn't find a reason to refute. Just as Ling Xiao said, if the Dragon Crown Prince and the first hero couldn't even defeat Ling Xiao, then there was no need for them to participate in the White Tiger meet. They would only embarrass themselves. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly heard a loud sound. The stone slab under the Dragon Crown Prince's feet shattered. Ling Xiao's words not only convinced Feng Ming and Wu Yang, but also provoked the Dragon Crown Prince. That's right. He was at the peak of the 6th level of the Yin-Yang realm, but he was afraid of a martial artist at the 3rd level of the Yin-Yang realm. Good, very good. Really very good. The Dragon Crown Prince gritted his teeth and said, "To be honest, you're very brave to treat me as your stepping stone. You're also very brave to kill your way to the White Tiger continent alone. You flatter me. However, I don't need much courage to kill you because you're not worthy." Ling Xiao smiled faintly and continued walking forward. A terrifying aura was released from his body and clashed with the auras of the Dragon Crown Prince, Tiahimo, and the first hero. Other than the three of them, the other martial artists from the Water God Hall were all trembling in fear. They didn't even dare to speak, let alone fight. The terrifying murderous aura released by Ling Xiao made them feel as if they were thrown into hell. They didn't feel safe at all. They absolutely believed that as long as Ling Xiao wanted to, he could easily kill them. This guy was really here to kill. He openly killed his way from the Dragon Phoenix continent to the White Tiger continent. This lunatic. The Dragon Prince's face was as dark and gloomy as the sky before a storm. He looked at Ling Xiao coldly, his chest rising and falling rapidly. He had seen many people who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth, and Ling Xiao was just one of them. The laws of the White Tiger continent would teach him how to conduct himself. "Senior Moon Maiden! Senior Liquor Demon Sword! Show yourselves! Today, I want to ask you a question. Ling Xiao crossed the ocean to kill us. Should we do anything to him?" The Dragon Prince suddenly shouted to the sky. It turned out that the reason he hadn't dared to make a move wasn't because he was afraid of Ling Xiao, but because he was afraid of the Moon Maiden and the demonic liquor sword. Only the White Tiger continent's martial artists knew that the reason why the Moon Lady and the Wine Demon Sword could only display the 5th level of the Yin-Yang realm in the Divine Phoenix continent was because of the restriction of the laws. These two people had once left behind legendary stories in the White Tiger continent. The story of the Moon Lady was even more ancient. On the other hand, the Demon Liquor Sword had once ranked first in the White Tiger Storm meet. Moreover, he had defeated the second-ranked expert in a single move. That was something that happened many years ago. Although the Dragon Prince did not know how terrifying the Demon Liquor Sword was now, he had some guesses. No matter what, he did not believe that Ling Xiao would dare to come to the White Tiger continent alone to seek revenge. He believed that at least one of the two people would follow Ling Xiao. No need to shout. They didn't come. If your fear is because of Sister Moon Maiden or Senior Liquor Demon Sword, then you don't have to, Ling Xiao said indifferently. They really didn't come? The Dragon Prince revealed a look of joy. Ling Xiao could not be bothered to reply a second time. Ha 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 ha. I thought you were a smart person, but I didn't expect you to be so stupid. You're too arrogant. You're too proud. You think too highly of yourself. Without those two people in front of this Crown Prince, what can you count for? You might be better than an ant, but at most, you're a locust. The Dragon Prince could not sense the two people's auras around him. Coupled with Ling Xiao's words, the dark clouds on his face disappeared. Instead, his terrifying aura began to rise once again. The battle intent of a peak 6th level Yin-Yang realm cultivator was completely unleashed. The stone slabs under his feet rustled, and a few more shattered. The cups and plates that were already in a mess flew into the air. At this moment, the Water Spirit Temple cultivators felt a lot more comfortable, no longer feeling as if they were on the verge of death. They heaved a sigh of relief. Senior Brother Dragon Prince is finally going to use his true strength. This Ling Xiao won't be able to live. Esteemed Master Long Huang looked serious and worried. Without the protection of the Moon Maiden and the Demon Liquor Sword, could Ling Xiao really do it? Feng Ming and Wu Yang looked indifferent. This was a battle that both sides wanted. No matter who died, he did not care and did not want to care. However, he suddenly said, "This is Dragon Phoenix Mountain. If the two of you want to fight, you can leave this place. There's a barren mountain nearby. It's a good place to fight." As the sect master of Dragon Phoenix Mountain, he did not want to be the scapegoat. After all, no matter who died here, they would be in a lot of trouble. No problem. Ling Xiao did not want to be enemies with Feng Ming and Wu Yang. After all, this person was powerful and had no intention of siding with the Dragon Prince. Why would he make enemies for himself? I'm fine with it too. Where are we going? Aren't we going to kill him? The Dragon Prince dared to humiliate esteemed Master Long Huang because esteemed Master Long Huang was weaker than him. However, Feng Ming and Wu Yang were different. If Feng Ming and Wu Yang wanted to kill him, it would be a piece of cake. Therefore, everyone rose into the air and moved to a nearby barren mountain. The Water Sacred Hall martial artists all followed. They were no longer afraid. Instead, they wanted to see how the Dragon Prince would kill Ling Xiao. On the barren mountain, the Dragon Prince's clothes rustled. The surrounding trees also rustled. Ling Xiao, today, this nameless barren mountain will be your burial ground. This is the most suitable way for an emperor of a small country like you to die. Senior brother, can you let me fight this battle? The first hero suddenly said. This person killed 6 of the 7 heroes of Water Sacred Hall. I'm the only one left. It's better for me to take revenge. His cultivation was at the early stage of the 6th level of the Yin-Yang realm. He was weaker than the Dragon Prince but much stronger than Ling Xiao. If he could not kill Ling Xiao with his cultivation, he felt that he would not feel aggrieved even if he died. That's fine. I'll let you have this lead. But remember, leave his corpse intact. This Crown Prince wants to bring it back and properly treat it. There are many secrets in this fellow's body. The Dragon Prince glanced at the first hero and chuckled. Clearly, he trusted this person very much. He withdrew his aura and stood to the side. He looked coldly at Ling Xiao. Chapter 1656. To the Dragon Prince, sending number 1 hero to fight Ling Xiao was a backup plan. If number 1 hero really could not kill Ling Xiao, then he could force Ling Xiao to show his true abilities. At that time, if he attacked, it would definitely be foolproof. Number 1 hero was very powerful and difficult to deal with. Even he was a little wary. From the beginning to the end, Ling Xiao did not speak. Because he wanted to kill all the martial artists from the Water Divine Hall here. Whether it was the Dragon Prince or number 1 hero, if he did not take care of them as soon as possible, he would not be able to live a peaceful life. In his body, the Emperor Earth Queen's cells kept releasing power. Green and gold lights gradually appeared on his body. Even one of his eyes was green and the other was golden, making him look extremely strange. However, at that moment, the soaring killing intent completely disappeared. He could not feel any energy coming at him. Instead, it made number 1 hero feel very uncomfortable. What the hell? Number 1 hero frowned. If Ling Xiao released a powerful aura, he could still sense his opponent's strength and intention to attack through it. However, Ling Xiao, who was standing opposite him, seemed to have become one with the sky and earth. He could not sense his own aura at all, only the aura of nature. How was he supposed to fight? Clenching his teeth, he shook off the wild thoughts in his mind. Who cared what technique he used? Anyway, his cultivation was only at the 3rd level of the Yin-Yang realm. Even if he did something, how strong could he be? Thinking up to this point, number 1 hero took a deep breath. Come on, Ling Xiao. It's time to settle the grudge of killing the Dragon Forest. He had always wanted to take revenge. In fact, he had wanted to since that day. However, at that time, he was surprisingly calm. Because he knew that in the Divine Phoenix continent, he could not unleash his full strength at all. Facing Ling Xiao was really too cowardly. Therefore, he followed the Dragon Prince back to the White Tiger continent. After returning, he was worried that Ling Xiao would come to the White Tiger continent to die. After all, he would be a fool to come even though he knew that it was very dangerous here. However, Ling Xiao was really a fool. No, it would be more accurate to say that he was a lunatic. He had actually crossed the ocean single-handedly, and killed his way to the White Tiger continent. This was an opportunity, an excellent opportunity for revenge. Yes, it's time to put an end to this. If you have the ability to kill me, you can try. Ling Xiao's voice was indifferent and emotionless, and it didn't seem to come from his mouth, but from all directions. To be honest, Ling Xiao was a little surprised by the true cultivation of number 1 hero and the Dragon Prince. He originally thought that these two people's cultivation was only on par with Feng Ming's Qishan. They were both at the peak of the 5th level of the yin-yang realm. However, reality proved that he was wrong. His previous understanding of the profound world's laws was a little different. Therefore, it led to an error in judgment. But so what? Facing a martial artist at the 6th level of yin-yang realm, not only was he not afraid, but he gradually became excited instead. The enemy was too weak. He really couldn't raise his fighting spirit. The stronger the enemy, the more excited he was. He had never been afraid when facing an expert. Even if he knew that he was going to die, he was still fearless. It wasn't that he didn't fear death. He just didn't want to show his fear of death. A martial artist who was always thinking about how to survive would never be able to open up a path in the martial Tao. He could only move forward slowly and timidly. This was the first real battle between Ling Xiao and a martial artist at the 6th level of yin-yang realm since he came to the White Tiger continent. Although he killed Heavy Water Tower's guardian Heavy Water, it was because Heavy Water Tower underestimated him and was ambushed by him. It could be said that he had an unfair advantage. He definitely couldn't back down from today's battle. Otherwise, how could he establish himself in the White Tiger continent? How could he enter the White Tiger Tempest meet where geniuses gathered? A martial artist had to be fearless. Moreover, he was a swordsman. A swordsman had to be even more fearless. He had to pierce through all obstacles in front of him. As his fighting spirit burned, the green and gold light on Ling Xiao's body became more and more dazzling. Kill! Number 1 hero suddenly shouted. He took a step forward with his right foot, and his body quickly entered the half-beast state. He had the head of a tiger, the body of a tiger, sharp claws, and a fierce tail. Only his body shape still looked somewhat human. A martial artist from the White Tiger tribe? Ling Xiao had already seen the Wolf tribe, Silver Fox tribe, and Alligator tribe. However, it was his first time seeing the White Tiger tribe, one of the 4 major tribes in the White Tiger continent. It was rumored that during the primordial era, the White Tiger King controlled thunder and lightning. The White Tiger King and the Human King fought for 10 days and 10 nights before the victor was decided. Afterward, the White Tiger King submitted to the Human King and became the Human King's army's mount. The White Tiger tribe was a martial artist with the White Tiger bloodline. Therefore, they should be able to control thunder and lightning. However, the strength of the bloodline definitely determined the strength of the thunder and lightning power. Crack! Suddenly, a bolt of lightning appeared above Ling Xiao's head and struck down fiercely. Ling Xiao's body flickered and retreated to the side. The place where he was originally standing had a deep pit. The White Tiger bloodline is indeed worthy of its reputation. Ling Xiao revealed an excited expression. Among the primordial bloodlines, the strongest should be the bloodlines of the 10 divine beasts. Sky Dragon Palm Wind, Divine Phoenix Palm Fire, White Tiger Palm Thunder, Black Tortoise Palm Earth, Qilin Palm Wood, Bays Palm Water, Candlelight Palm Light, Phantom Palm Darkness, Flying Snake Palm Transformation, Dominating Sky Palm Spacetime. This number 1 hero possessed the White Tiger bloodline, one of the top 10 primordial bloodlines. At this time, his body was bathed in thunder and lightning, as if the primordial White Tiger had descended into the world, majestic. The White Tiger bloodline was best at attacking and was extremely powerful and fierce. After the bloodline was fully awakened, one could freely control the power of thunder and lightning. It was even more terrifying than martial artists with thunder and lightning martial spirits. Looks like your White Tiger bloodline has been fully awakened. Ling Xiao smiled slightly. After that, he did not use his inner strength and directly blasted out a punch across the air. The green light and the golden light merged together and turned into a huge fist, smashing toward the number 1 hero ruthlessly. The domineering punch brought along a raging wind, and the rumbling sounds were endless. It was as if a part of the void was forcefully extracted to open up a path for this fist. Thunderous Tiger Roar! The number one hero roared angrily and opened his tiger mouth to roar. In his roar, there was a frenzy of thunder and lightning, which then blasted toward Ling Xiao's ferocious punch. Crackle! Boom! The green and golden fist was instantly torn apart by the thunder and lightning and turned into dust. The thunder and lightning continued to wreak havoc and charged toward Ling Xiao's body in an attempt to kill Ling Xiao. As expected, it is impossible to defeat a martial artist at level 6 Yin-Yang realm with just the mystic world body. I have been thinking too much. Ling Xiao chuckled. His body, which originally did not have any aura, suddenly exploded with shocking power. The terrifying aura instantly rushed out and destroyed the thunderous tiger roar. It did not cause any harm to him. Divine Light Sword! Ling Xiao waved his hand and a golden divine light sword appeared in his right hand. The killing aura suddenly increased. Chapter 1657. Divine Sword of Light, Rising Sun Transformation. The tyrannical sword she tore through the void and charged toward the number one hero with green and golden light. The number one hero opened his mouth and roared again. The thunderous tiger roar appeared again. However, this time, he did not get what he wanted. The thunderous tiger roar was directly torn apart by the dazzling sword light. The blazing sword intent pierced through the layers of obstacles and directly pounced on the number one hero. The number one hero's expression did not change. Then, his body lay on the ground like a ferocious beast pouncing. The moment the sword light approached, he suddenly jumped up. His body was wrapped in terrifying lightning as he pounced. Thunder Tiger! However, if one looked carefully, they would find that it was actually a tiger-shaped lightning that pounced out. The number one hero's body was still lying on the ground and did not rush out. Dazzling lightning raged in the void. The charging Thunder Tiger let out a shocking roar, just like the roar of a real white tiger. Roar! The terrifying Thunder Tiger and the sword light fought in the void. Streams of energy and electric sparks splashed in all directions, causing 1-foot-deep holes to appear on the ground. Many warriors who were watching retreated, afraid that they would be killed by the terrifying lightning. Only the Dragon Prince and Feng Mingwu did not retreat. The two of them stood at the edge of the terrifying battlefield with smiles on their faces. They absolutely could not retreat. This was not only a matter of face, but also the will of martial arts. Once they retreated, it was equivalent to admitting defeat in this battle. Especially the Dragon Prince, if he still wanted to fight with Ling Xiao, he would have already lost without a fight. In the battlefield, the white tiger finally swallowed the dazzling sword light in one gulp. It was only slightly weakened and continued to pounce on Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's expression was calm. He shook the divine sword of light in his hand and stabbed out again. Divine Sword of Light, Scorching Sun Change! The Scorching Sun Change was stronger than the Rising Sun Change. The rising sun behind him also turned into a scorching sun. An even more dazzling light merged into the sword body and turned into a huge sword chi that stabbed out. In an instant, it tore apart the roaring Thunder Tiger. Ling Xiao did not like to waste internal energy. Therefore, every move he used with his sword was just right to shatter his opponent's attack. He would not use a cannon to kill a mosquito unless he was extremely angry and had lost his mind. Perhaps he would do something so stupid. However, that time would never come. He didn't have many good points, but the most important one was that he could remain absolutely calm no matter what kind of mood he was in. That kind of calmness was frightening. Number one hero's brows furrowed even tighter. He gritted his teeth, and the thunderbolts around him roared even more wildly. Violent thunder! Tiger descends the mountain! It was the same tiger-shaped lightning, but the power this time was completely different from before. The roaring violent thunder was like a ferocious tiger that had gone berserk. It swallowed the divine light sword that was under the ardent sun change. This time, not only did it not weaken, it seemed to have become even more ferocious. Interesting. Ling Xiao's eyes revealed an even stronger interest. Holding the divine radiant sword in his hand, the crimson sun behind him transformed and leveled up once again. This time, he did not increase it step by step. Instead, he directly increased it to the heavenly sun change that Ling Xiao had just broken through. The heavenly sun was high in the sky, scorching the earth. The divine light sword in Ling Xiao's hand was even covered with a strange solar wind. A strange storm swirled around the divine light sword and spat out. It looked very nerve-wracking. "You are very strong! But I am stronger!" Ling Xiao smiled coldly. He pierced the void with his sword and pierced the roaring thunder tiger. Tsk tisk! The thunder and the solar wind collided violently. Black lightning fell from the surroundings and hit the ground. Sparks flew in all directions. The weeds instantly withered and turned into ashes. "Break!" Ling Xiao roared and continued to thrust the divine light sword forward. The roaring tiger and the violent thunder was pierced by the sword. Although it bared its fangs and brandished its claws, it was still destroyed in the end. "What other moves do you have?" "Use them all." After breaking his opponent's attack, Ling Xiao curled his finger and smiled faintly. "Number 1 hero, don't hold back. This guy is more powerful than you imagined. You should use all your tricks." The Dragon Prince's voice sounded faintly. Number 1 hero nodded. Then, he suddenly roared at the sky and his body changed again. A moment later, a huge white tiger with a length of several meters appeared in front of Ling Xiao. Just a single roar was enough to cause raging gales and lightning. With the white tiger as the center, the area within a radius of more than 10 meters had almost become a disaster area of thunder and lightning. At this time, even the Dragon Prince and Tianmo retreated to the side, allowing number 1 hero to do his job. "This guy's bloodline has fully awakened and can transform into an immemorial divine beast. Although it can't compare to Long Chen's true dragon body, it is much stronger than the body of an ordinary warrior." Ling Xiao frowned and suddenly grinned. "Since you have transformed into a white tiger, I will use the heavenly demon transformation to deal with you. I won't lose out." Then, the shadow of the immemorial heavenly demon appeared behind him. It merged with his body and transformed into a huge heavenly demon. In terms of size, it was no worse than the white tiger. Black energy spread around him. When the lightning struck it, it only caused black ripples. It could not hurt him at all. Heavenly demon transformation. All the warriors from the Water God Temple trembled violently. Back in the Slay Dragon Forest, Ling Xiao had used this terrifying heavenly demon transformation for the first time and killed Tianhai Shu and the others. That terror was still fresh in their minds. Now that they saw the heavenly demon transformation, it seemed to be even more powerful than before. The terrifying evil aura was even denser and shocking. It was natural for it to become stronger. Back then, Ling Xiao had only used 50% of the heavenly demon fighting spirit to form the heavenly demon transformation. Today, he directly used 90% of the heavenly demon fighting spirit against number 1 hero, who was at the early stage of the 6th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Not only that, but his cultivation was also more powerful than before. Naturally, the heavenly demon transformation was more powerful. The terrifying aura continued to spread and filled the entire battlefield. The aura of lightning and darkness blended together, turning this place into a purgatory on earth. No one dared to step into this space. Even the powerful Feng Ming Wuyang did not dare to rashly enter. He could feel the terror of the heavenly demon transformation. He could also feel the terror of the white tiger transformation. This was a battle between two clones. It was just that one was a bloodline clone and the other was a fighting spirit clone. After entering the heavenly demon transformation, Ling Xiao put away the divine light sword and replaced it with a dark demon sword. The heavenly demon transformation belonged to the 11th Shadow Profound. The dark demon sword belonged to the 10th Shadow Profound. When the two profound techniques were combined, the power would be even more terrifying. Except for the tyrannical martial spirit and the blood soul rune. This could be said to be the most powerful and terrifying technique Ling Xiao could use at the moment. He had many offensive techniques, but many of them were complementary and targeted attacks. They could not increase the power, but only increase the variety of his attacks. Chapter 1658. Ling Xiao had a lot of attacking moves. But each kind of attacking method had its own specific function. For example, the Eye of the Divine Tomb, the Eye of the Burning Heaven, the Eye of the Sword Spirit, the Eye of the Immortal Pot, and the Eye of the Sage King. They all had their own specialties and could produce miraculous effects in special battle situations. However, the increase in battle strength was limited. The same went for the tri-leaf demonic eyes, which was an effective supplement. For a martial artist like Ling Xiao who was good at using techniques, these supplements were necessary and very beneficial. However, they didn't need to be used every time. Only when used in a sudden situation could they produce miraculous effects. Of course, in terms of offensive power, the most terrifying were naturally the Heavenly Demon Incarnation and the Golden Crow Incarnation. These were also the two most powerful incarnations of the light and shadow profound meanings. The most amazing thing was that these two clones could also perform other moves of the profound meaning of light and the profound meaning of shadow. This wasn't a small increase in Ling Xiao's battle strength, but a huge increase. That terrifying dark aura made the first hero's white tiger body tremble. He wouldn't forget the terror that Ling Xiao displayed that day. "What are you afraid of? This is the White Tiger Continent. Do you think he can still display strength as strong as in the Divine Phoenix Continent?" The Dragon Prince's cold voice sounded in the first hero's mind, waking him up instantly. "Roar!" The tyrannical roar was to vent his anger and also to get rid of his fear. As a bystander, Feng Ming and Wu Yang also looked at Ling Xiao in shock. No wonder this child could destroy the True Demon Empire, the Black Crow Empire, and the Divine Phoenix Empire, and unify the Sky Dragon and Divine Phoenix continents. His talent is really shocking. Feng Ming and Wu Yang knew that the Heavenly Demon Incarnation was an incarnation of battle intent, which required a very strong soul power. Many martial artists either had strong inner strength, or weak soul power. Or weak soul power and strong inner strength. And most martial artists' bodies weren't as strong as ancient martial artists because body-refining martial arts weren't that popular anymore. Inner strength, soul power, body. He had never seen these three being improved at the same time. But now, this person was standing in front of him. This guy, Ling Xiao, not only has a powerful soul force, his internal force is also very terrifying. From the fact that he dared to fight against the number one hero with just his physical body, one could tell that his physical body was also very strong. He should have even cultivated a body-refining martial art. What if this guy wasn't a genius? Who else could it be? He had also heard that this young man was good at alchemy and medicine making, could set up inscriptions of array formations, and was even proficient in military books. One had to know that those who were proficient in any one of these could be considered geniuses. However, Ling Xiao was proficient in all of them. This little fellow's future was really something to look forward to. Although Feng Ming and Wu Yang were members of the Ice Phoenix clan, they had left the Ice Phoenix clan a long time ago. Strictly speaking, they did not belong to the Divine Phoenix Continent's Ice Phoenix clan. What's more, the Divine Phoenix clan wasn't actually present on the Divine Phoenix Continent. The White Tiger Continent, as well as many other continents, had members of the Divine Phoenix clan. Although it was not as common as humans, it was still very common. Therefore, he actually didn't hate Ling Xiao. On the contrary, he, who had a lot of enmity with the Divine Phoenix clan, admired Ling Xiao very much. Especially after Ling Xiao displayed such terrifying talent, he felt that he might be able to bet the future of Dragon Phoenix Mountain on this young man. After transforming into a heavenly demon, Ling Xiao didn't waste any time. He waved the dark demon sword in his hand and pounced toward the number one hero's white tiger transformation. Then, the dark demon sword pierced out, and a thick dark aura rolled out, as if a hole had been opened in hell. Roar! The white tiger roared, and thunder rumbled in its mouth. It turned into a bolt of lightning and charged toward Ling Xiao. It instantly destroyed the dark sword aura. However, he could block the sword aura, but he couldn't stop Ling Xiao's body, which was constantly approaching him. The number one hero's face was gloomy and ferocious. He was even a little angry. Someone actually dared to approach him while he was in the white tiger transformation. This was something he had never encountered before. At the very least, opponents of similar strength wouldn't do such a stupid thing. One had to know that the white tiger transformation was originally good at close combat. The closer it was to him, the stronger and more concentrated the power of thunder and lightning would be. If Ling Xiao didn't do this because he was stupid, then he definitely had something to rely on. He definitely didn't dare to underestimate his opponent. Roar! Boom! 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 As the white tiger transformation roared, terrifying bolts of thunder and lightning smashed toward Ling Xiao's heavenly demon transformation, vowing to completely pulverize this heavenly demon transformation and destroy it along with Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao kept waving the dark demon's sword in his hand. Those bolts of lightning were either shattered or sent flying. Trees in the forest were constantly smashed to pieces. There were even some water divine temple warriors who were unlucky enough to be hit by the reflected lightning and turned into a pile of charred black powder on the spot. That brat is doing it on purpose. Everyone, hide further away! Tiahimo gritted his teeth and ordered the other water divine temple warriors to hide further away. Boom! However, just as he spoke, a bolt of lightning wrapped in black demonic chi blasted his body. Tiahimo grimaced in pain. His clothes were charred black. If it wasn't for his powerful cultivation, he would have died from this attack. Frightened, he hurriedly fled far away before he dared to take out clothes from his storage ring and change them. Hateful brat, number one hero, you must kill him! Tiahimo roared in rage. However, at this moment, number one hero was under immense pressure. The repeated lightning attacks were already very terrifying, but Ling Xiao didn't show any signs of injury. Moreover, he was now less than 5 meters away from number one hero. The two heavenly demon transformation clones could almost begin an earth-shattering close combat. Number one hero, don't waste your energy. If he wants to fight in close combat, then fight him in close combat, the Dragon Crown Prince coldly said. He was very familiar with number one hero's close combat ability. The terrifying white tiger transformation was like a diamond cast. If a warrior of the same level didn't have any special defensive techniques, they would be crushed. They would definitely be smashed into meat paste. Moreover, other than the terrifying strength, there was also the power of lightning wrapped around the white tiger transformation. Combined with the power of lightning, number one hero was completely capable of challenging a 7th level Yin-Yang realm warrior. Although he might not win, his opponent would definitely not want to fight him in close combat. Since the idiot Ling Xiao had chosen such a method of battle, what did the number one hero have to fear? Understood, senior brother. Number one hero thought the same. Although the lightning attacks were powerful, he didn't have the lightning martial soul. He had the white tiger bloodline. Although both of them could control lightning attacks, there was a huge difference between them. The lightning martial soul was better at controlling lightning to attack from a distance. The white tiger martial soul was better at using the power of lightning to strengthen close combat. It could be said that this was his greatest advantage. Since Ling Xiao was such an idiot, he had to make full use of this advantage. Otherwise, how could he be worthy of such a good opportunity? Chapter 1659. White Tiger Incarnation, Thunderstorm Form. Then, the bloody mouth spat out human words. The body of the White Tiger Incarnation began to spit out the power of thunder and lightning. Blinding lightning flashed and quickly enveloped the White Tiger Incarnation. Boom! Boom boom! Even though it was just standing there, the roar of thunder and lightning could still be heard. At this moment, the White Tiger Incarnation was a terrifying existence that was completely engulfed by violent lightning. It was strengthened by lightning from the inside out. Seeing this, the Dragon Prince nodded in satisfaction. The first hero in this form was the strongest first hero. Many people knew this, so they were unwilling to fight the first hero in close combat. Today, however, this idiot Ling Xiao had kicked an iron plate and encountered the strongest hero of the galaxy. He did not believe that Ling Xiao would be able to survive under this thunderstorm form. The first hero stood there, no longer attacking Ling Xiao. Instead, he kept accumulating power, as if he was going to use all the power of his bloodline in this battle. In the end, he was still somewhat afraid of Ling Xiao. He did not know what special method Ling Xiao would use to deal with him. He also did not know what new tricks Ling Xiao had up his sleeve. Therefore, he had to use his strongest power to kill him, and not give him any chance to fight back. He did not want any accidents to happen. Ling Xiao finally stopped when he was about 3 meters away from the first hero. His gloomy eyes, like a demon king, emitted a terrifying cold light. It was as if he was looking down at his prey. "You'll regret letting me get so close to you." The heavenly demon incarnation's terrifying face revealed a smug smile. The first hero's heart thumped. "Don't let your imagination run wild. That guy is messing with your mind." The Dragon Prince shouted sternly. "Haha, messing with my mind? Is it worth it?" Ling Xiao smiled disdainfully. The dark demon sword in his hand was surrounded by terrifying heavenly demon power. One could even hear the mournful howls of ghosts. This was a dark demon's sword, a sword of death. "Kill!" At a distance of 3 meters, the huge dark demon's sword stabbed out. This distance was basically the length of the sword. After all, Ling Xiao was now 5 to 6 meters tall in his heavenly demon form. As a result, the dark demon's sword became even larger. Normally, it was a meter-long sword, but now, it was about 3 meters long. When the wide black blade was swung, the surrounding space distorted at the same time. In the face of this sudden attack, the number 1 hero's eyes were cold, and his expression was indifferent. He believed the Dragon Crown Prince's words. Everything Ling Xiao said was just to shake his mind. It wasn't really a powerful attack. The huge head twisted, and then, with a sudden roar, it pounced forward. It opened its bloody mouth and bit towards the huge black sword. Boom! A muffled sound exploded on the barren mountain, and all the power of darkness froze in that instant. Crazy lightning wreaked havoc. The terrifying white tiger incarnation actually bit down on the dark demonic sword, causing it to be unable to move. Die! The white tiger incarnation that bit the dark demonic sword suddenly swung its huge tail. It turned into a bolt of lightning and swung towards Ling Xiao's head. It was so fast that there was the sound of wind and thunder. Heavenly Demon Claw! Ling Xiao stretched out his right hand and grabbed the flying tail. Electric current surged, and a part of his heavenly demon incarnation was shattered by the lightning. The dark energy instantly collapsed. The white tiger incarnation took the opportunity to retract its tail, preparing for a second attack. Interesting. This primordial bloodline is indeed extraordinary. Although your strength is too weak and you've ruined this magical bloodline, I have to admit that the power of this lightning is really strong. Ling Xiao's heavenly demon incarnation's right hand reformed, but the attack just now made him feel the strength of his opponent. He was very excited, very excited. Ever since the heavenly demon incarnation was successfully formed, this was the first time someone had shattered it. Heavenly Demon Fist, kill! Ling Xiao simply abandoned the dark demonic sword and allowed the white tiger incarnation to bite it. Then, he punched out with both hands in anger. The dark energy was compressed to the extreme in an instant. The explosive power in an instant was terrifying to the extreme. It's useless! The white tiger incarnation spat out the dark demonic sword. Accompanied by a terrifying roar, its body leaped up again. Its bloody mouth directly bit towards the hands of Ling Xiao's heavenly demon incarnation. Just now, he had confirmed that his white tiger divine thunder was definitely stronger than Ling Xiao's heavenly demon incarnation. This made him feel very confident. With his strength, he was enough to kill Ling Xiao and not give Ling Xiao any chance of survival. I'm afraid Ling Xiao is in trouble. Master Long Huang frowned. He was the one who didn't want Ling Xiao to fail the most. It was obvious that although Ling Xiao's heavenly demon incarnation was powerful, it was unable to break through the white tiger incarnation's thunderstorm form. On the contrary, the terrifying thunderstorm was able to directly destroy Ling Xiao's heavenly demon incarnation. Under such circumstances, how could Ling Xiao deal with this terrifying fellow? Maybe he has other methods. Feng Ming and Wu Yang had a different opinion. Let's wait and see. He dared to take the risk alone and come to the White Tiger continent to seek revenge. If he only has this little ability, I'm afraid it's hard to convince others. Master Long Huang glanced at Feng Ming and Wu Yang. As the sect leader, his eyes were very sharp. When he saw a problem, he would often hit the nail on the head. He might be right. But what exactly was he going to rely on to reverse the situation? He was still puzzled in his heart. On the battlefield, facing the fierce attack of the White Tiger, Ling Xiao didn't show any signs of retracting his hand. The heavenly demon fists directly smashed towards the White Tiger's bloody mouth. Are you stupid? Master Long Huang was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Master Long Huang, it seems that you have a lot of feelings for this Ling Xiao. When we were in the Divine Phoenix continent, you spoke up for him. Now that he's about to die, you're actually so anxious. The Dragon Prince looked at Master Long Huang and laughed disdainfully. It's a pity that your anxiety is meaningless. He's courting death, so he can't blame anyone else. Under the attack of the number one hero, he definitely has no way to survive. You can just quietly watch how he's killed. No one noticed that within Ling Xiao's body that was wrapped by the heavenly demon incarnation, the Imperial Earth Queen cells were jumping happily, releasing the terrifying power of the Imperial Earth Queen. Then, they merged into the heavenly demon incarnation. Gotcha! Finally, the White Tiger incarnation bit the heavenly demon incarnation's fists, and the sound of thunder and lightning rumbled. The terrifying thunderstorm climbed along Ling Xiao's arm and rushed towards Ling Xiao's head. Die, you ignorant and arrogant human beggar from the heavenly dragon continent! The Dragon Prince revealed a proud smile. All the martial artists of the Water Spirit Temple revealed a mocking and gloating expression. Chapter 1660. Looking at the spreading thunderstorm crawling towards Ling Xiao's head, everyone in the Water Spirit Temple showed a gloating expression. In their view, Ling Xiao was definitely dead this time. This ignorant beggar of the heavenly dragon continent was finally going to die. What revenge was he trying to take? It was simply ridiculous. Did he really think that the White Tiger continent was a place like the Divine Phoenix continent? In the blood-red eyes of the number one hero's White Tiger incarnation, there was a cruel and bloodthirsty look. He didn't expect that Ling Xiao would actually take the initiative to fight him in close combat, which gave him an excellent opportunity to directly attack the opponent's vital points through the thunderstorm. All of this was Ling Xiao's own fault. This idiot would inevitably be turned into ashes under his thunderstorm. In the whole audience, perhaps only Feng Ming and Wu Yang had an indifferent smile on their faces. Although he couldn't see, he could clearly feel that under the heavenly demon incarnation, there was a strange energy flowing. This energy was constantly strengthening the heavenly demon incarnation's attack. It was just that this energy was hidden too deep, covered by the crazily sweeping thunderstorm and the terrifying dark energy. If it weren't for his sharp eyesight and outstanding perception, even he would have been deceived. What kind of energy is this? I feel that when Ling Xiao fought against the number one hero barehanded for the first time, he also used this energy. But it wasn't this strong. Violent thunderstorms swept across. The thunderstorm wrapped around Ling Xiao's heavenly demon incarnation and then raged wildly. In the eyes of most people, the number one hero had already won and Ling Xiao would be destroyed in this terrifying thunderstorm. Even if he didn't die, he would inevitably end up seriously injured. However, Feng Ming and Wu Yang, who had sharp eyesight, discovered that although Ling Xiao was wrapped in the terrifying thunderstorm, those thunderbolts didn't cause the slightest harm to him. All the thunderbolts were repelled by a green and golden light. Not to mention Ling Xiao himself, even the heavenly demon incarnation was intact. This was completely different from the previous situation where the heavenly demon incarnation's arm was destroyed by the thunderstorm. This guy really has a trump card. Feng Ming and Wu Yang secretly nodded. They didn't choose to offend Ling Xiao. If he really offended this guy, he would probably regret it. You're really stupid! Just when the number one hero thought that victory was in his hands, Ling Xiao's cold and mocking voice suddenly rang in his ears. He was suddenly startled. Just as he was trying to figure out what went wrong, he suddenly felt that the heavenly demon fist in his bloody mouth had undergone some sort of change. The heavenly devil fist that should have been completely crushed by him suddenly became even more powerful. When the green and gold lights fused with the dark energy, not only did they not encounter any resistance, but they also greatly strengthened the terrifying attack. Not good! Number one hero sensed that something was amiss. He wanted to retreat, but he found that his white tiger avatar seemed to be sucked in by something. He could not retreat. Sky Devil Fist, 200 Heavenly Queen of Earth's power. Imperial Heaven Hutu, I, the unique and unique reign supreme, kill! Not giving the number one meritocrat a chance to escape, Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with a cold smile. Together with the terrifying power unleashed by the 200 Empress of Heaven's Earth cells, using the Sky Devil Fist, he directly punched the white tiger incarnation's mouth. Boom! A terrifying power directly exploded within the white tiger incarnation's body. At that moment, the number one hero's internal organs burst like balloons. At that moment, his body was like paste, completely turning into a meat paste. There were no surprises. With the combination of the heavenly demon incarnation and the power of Heaven's Earth, the poor number one hero could not withstand that terrifying punch at all. Even though his body still looked intact, even though there was still wild thunder raging there. However, the number one hero's life was already gone. His body went completely limp, like a slime from a different world. Boom! The white tiger incarnation fell to the ground, then turned back into the number one hero's original appearance. However, at that moment, he no longer had any breath. The burst of blood in his body finally flowed out from his 7 orifices. The scene was very terrifying. Everyone's gaze froze at that moment. Everyone's heartbeat reached the fastest at that moment, as if it was about to jump out of their bodies. The number one hero died just like that? For the warriors of the Water God Temple, that was a complete reversal of the situation. When they thought that Ling Xiao was about to be destroyed by the number one hero's thunder and lightning, Ling Xiao used his own actions to slap them in the face. He let the number one hero die tragically under his 2 fists. That was too shocking. It was also too hard to believe. For a moment, no one reacted at all. They stood there like lifeless puppets. It seemed that the number one hero's death was completely within Ling Xiao's control and calculations. The number one hero's white tiger incarnation biting Ling Xiao's Sky Devil Fist was done intentionally by Ling Xiao. Even the destruction of the right arm of the heavenly demon incarnation was just to make the number one hero underestimate his opponent. All of that eventually led to the number one hero's arrogance and blindness. In fact, from that moment on, his death was already inevitable. However, even without those calculations, the power of Ling Xiao's punch was too terrifying. It directly destroyed the thunder and lightning and blew up the number one hero's white tiger incarnation. That was something that had never happened before. The warriors of the White Tiger continent knew very well how powerful the defense of the White Tiger incarnation was. What terrifying power! What exactly was mixed in that punch? What exactly was that green and golden light? After a long time, Master Long Huang let out a long breath. Only now did he understand that Ling Xiao was able to create the Celestial Empire and unify the 2 continents of Divine Phoenix and Sky Dragon. That was definitely not a coincidence. It was not because of the Moon Lady or the Demon Liquor Sword behind him. Although those 2 people did help Ling Xiao a lot, they only accelerated the expansion of the Celestial Empire. Without them, Ling Xiao's ambition might be slower to realize, but it would definitely not stagnate. Sect Master, so you've long seen through that Ling Xiao was deliberately showing weakness, pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? Master Long Huang turned his head to look at Feng Ming and Wu Yang and asked. He's not a fool. It's impossible for him to fight the White Tiger incarnation in close combat for no reason. The reason he did that is naturally because he has a plan. Feng Ming and Wu Yang smiled and said, "It's just that I didn't expect the outcome to be like this." The dignified white tiger incarnation was actually completely destroyed with a punch. This more or less surprised me. However, after saying this, his brows furrowed again. "What's wrong, Sect Master?" Master Long Huang asked in confusion. "He should still have a lot of strength left." Feng Ming and Wu Yang sighed. He sighed. It wasn't that he didn't like Ling Xiao's strength, but he was a little jealous. Such a young and promising genius was actually not nurtured by him. "That's impossible. He's only at the 3rd level of the yin-yang realm. To be able to pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger, killing the number 1 hero is already his limit." Master Long Huang shook his head. Chapter 1661. You're wrong. He's not pretending to be weak. He's just testing the limits of his heavenly demon incarnation's defense. Even if he didn't do that, with that punch, the first hero would still die. Feng Ming and Wu Yang shook their heads and said, "He's not fighting to the death. He's just using the first hero as a training ground." "Do you mean that his absolute power surpasses the first hero?" "That's impossible. His cultivation is so weak." Dragon Phoenix still couldn't believe it. "Haha, you'll know later. There will be another battle between him and the Dragon Prince. At that time, you'll know whether he used his full strength or not." Feng Ming and Wu Yang smiled and said, "Although your eyesight is bad, I still have to praise you. You've done a good job building a good relationship with Ling Xiao and not offending him." Dragon Phoenix was naturally happy to be praised by Feng Ming and Wu Yang. However, he still didn't believe that Ling Xiao still had the strength to defeat the Dragon Prince. He looked at the Dragon Prince. Only then did he realize that the Dragon Prince was staring at Ling Xiao. The Dragon Prince's gaze was cold and filled with hatred. However, there was also incomparable shock in his eyes. The cruel reality told him that Ling Xiao could kill an early-stage yin-yang realm martial artist with one punch. Moreover, he was one of the best martial artists in this realm. The first hero's strength could completely look down on martial artists of the same realm. Moreover, this was the White Tiger continent. The first hero was killed after using all his strength. If it was the other 6 heroes' deaths, he could still use the excuse that there was a problem with the laws of the Divine Phoenix continent. However, the first hero was killed. This excuse was completely untenable. Ling Xiao was too terrifying. Could he really defeat this guy? The Dragon Prince, who was originally full of confidence, began to hesitate. "No, definitely. Moreover, only I can defeat him now." The Dragon Crown Prince gritted his teeth and used self-encouragement to cheer himself up. His cultivation was stronger than the first hero's. His bloodline wasn't weaker than the first hero's. Moreover, he had a martial soul that the first hero didn't have. With all of these added together, he didn't believe that he couldn't kill Ling Xiao. He absolutely could not back down from this battle. Once he did, he would be completely finished. On the path of martial arts, being afraid of someone with a lower cultivation than oneself would cause one's faith to crumble completely. At this moment, his gaze collided with Ling Xiao's, and a blast of energy exploded in the air. Their gazes were like 2 sharp blades that clashed in the void. Among ordinary people, there were often people who said, "If looks could kill, then someone would have died many times over." However, among the warriors, especially the powerful ones, it had already been proven that looks could really kill. "Dragon Prince, the next one to die will be you." Ling Xiao suddenly opened his mouth, and a casual sentence came out of his mouth. He said it so naturally. It was as if he wanted to kill the Dragon Crown Prince, the Dragon Crown Prince would not be able to live. This was the White Tiger continent. It was the territory of the Water Spirit Hall. Even the Dragon Phoenix Mountain had to listen to the Water Spirit Hall. After Ling Xiao killed the first hero, he didn't think of escaping, but killing the Dragon Prince. One had to know that in the Water Spirit Hall, The Water God's son and the Dragon Prince were the candidates for the successor of the sect master and protector respectively. They were the top existences among the young warriors. Even the Tiahai Pearl, the daughter of the Water Spirit Hall's sect master, couldn't compare to them. Ling Xiao actually said that he wanted to kill him. Didn't this mean that he wanted to become enemies with the Water Spirit Hall? And he didn't have any fear at all? Very good. The Dragon Prince's tongue exploded like thunder as he looked coldly at Ling Xiao. An incomparably powerful murderous aura surrounded his body. You killed the first hero. This prince hasn't taken revenge on you yet, and you say that you want to kill this prince? I think you're living too comfortably. You've forgotten how much you're worth. Everyone could feel the Dragon Prince's murderous aura. They all knew that the Dragon Prince really wanted Ling Xiao's life. The last person who said that was him, and he's already dead. Ling Xiao pointed indifferently at the first hero's corpse that had already turned into a ball and said with some disdain, "You will definitely follow in his footsteps. Either you die, or I live." This was the current attitude of Ling Xiao and the Dragon Prince. This Ling Xiao, it seems that he really wants to show off his strength to the Water Spirit Hall as soon as he came to the White Tiger continent. Feng Ming and Wu Yang smiled and said, "Although the Water Spirit Hall isn't considered a top sect in the White Tiger continent, it is still a second-rate sect in the upper middle reaches of the Tianhai Empire. This brat is really arrogant. But I like it. Yes, this isn't just arrogance, it's courage. Terrifying courage." Venerable Master Long Huang sighed. No one would have thought that he would single-handedly slaughter his way to the White Tiger continent. In the Water Spirit Temple's territory, he sought vengeance on the Water Spirit Temple's martial artists, and even killed the #1 hero. This old man is ashamed of his heroism and boldness. Not to mention you, even I can't compare to him. Feng Ming and Wu Yang shook their heads and said, "If I had such courage, I wouldn't have been suppressed by the Water Spirit Hall all these years. I deserve to be looked down upon." However, boldness was one thing, but his strength was the most shocking thing. Who would have thought that a 3rd-level Yin-Yang realm martial artist could kill an early 6th-level Yin-Yang realm martial artist with one punch? Sect Master is right. This brat is completely different from the Ling Xiao I saw in the dragon-slaying forest. At that time, Ling Xiao wasn't so powerful. Master Long Huang nodded and said. The two of them looked at the Dragon Prince. They wondered what the Dragon Prince would do in the face of such a powerful Ling Xiao. I have to say, your strength really surprises me. Your improvement is beyond my imagination. The Dragon Prince looked at Ling Xiao. He no longer had the confusion and fear from before. Instead, it was replaced with indifference and hatred. However, even now, I still have to say that you came to the White Tiger continent alone to seek revenge. This is the stupidest thing to do. Do you think that Feng Ming and Wu Yang tacitly allowed you to fight with us here to help you? That's harming you. I'll give you a chance now. Become the new first hero of the Water Spirit Hall and I'll let bygones be bygones. How about it? The Dragon Prince's words made many martial artists of the Water Spirit Hall grit their teeth. They felt very uncomfortable. Ling Xiao was the person who had destroyed the 7 heroes of the Water Spirit Hall. How could they accept letting such a person become the first hero? However, with the Dragon Prince's strength, they didn't dare to object. They would do whatever the Dragon Prince said. However, in the face of such an invitation, Ling Xiao only smiled disdainfully and said, I've said it before. Killing you is my main goal in coming to the White Tiger continent. That first hero only died once for you. If the Tianhai Saint Court invited me, I might consider it. However, what is the Water Spirit Hall? Are you worthy of making me, the Heavenly Emperor of the Tianhai Empire, your dog? Chapter 1662. Refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, courting death. The Dragon Prince was very angry. He risked offending his fellow sect members and disregarded his previous enmity to Rope and Ling Xiao, but he didn't expect that Ling Xiao actually didn't give him any face. How could this not make him angry? In the midst of his rage, layers of scales actually began to form on the Dragon Prince's body. Those were dragon scales, shiny dragon scales. At the same time, a terrifying dragon aura was constantly released from his body, filling the entire battlefield, causing all the nearby beasts to tremble and lie on the ground. Do you know which race the heavenly dragon continent belonged to before it was occupied by you humans? The Dragon Prince suddenly asked a question. Ling Xiao said indifferently. What occupation? From the day the human king established the world, the entire profound world was ruled under the human sacred dynasty. Although all races were harmonious, humans were respected. Humans were the spirit of all living things. I have heard that in the former heavenly dragon continent, there was a powerful heavenly dragon country that belonged to the sacred dynasty. But when the True Devil Empire invaded, it was completely annihilated by the True Devil Empire. Humph! How much of the things in the history books are true? The Dragon Prince suddenly snorted and said, You humans are the most lowly and despicable race in this world. If it weren't for you, the heavenly dragon country would not have been destroyed. Ling Xiao did not speak, he just listened indifferently. He wanted to hear what kind of bullshit this Dragon Prince could come out of his mouth. In any case, he had just experienced a battle and was somewhat exhausted. Since the Dragon Prince was not prepared to fight immediately, he could take advantage of this opportunity to recover. The Dragon Prince continued to speak. Heavenly Dragon Country is a country dominated by the Heavenly Dragon Clan. The noble and powerful Heavenly Dragon Clan is the guardian of the Heavenly Dragon Continent. Even before the profound world was separated, when the Heavenly Dragon Continent was still called the Heavenly Dragon Domain, the Heavenly Dragon Clan was already guarding there. Ling Xiao had heard of this matter. It was rumored that the Heavenly Dragon Clan was a clan that possessed the Heavenly Dragon bloodline. Of course, they were different from the real Dragon Clan. They were just mixed blood of the Dragon Clan and humans. He could only be considered a descendant. The 10 ancient bloodline clans were all like this. After all, their history was too long, and the true ancient divine beasts were long gone. This was also why so many people were surprised when Long Chun revealed his identity as a member of the Dragon Clan. However, Ling Xiao didn't quite understand. Why would the Dragon Prince say this? What does this have to do with his battle with the Dragon Prince? As if seeing through his doubts, the Dragon Crown Prince continued. Tens of thousands of years ago, the true demon empire invaded the sacred dynasty. As a vassal state of the sacred dynasty, the celestial dragon kingdom naturally had to fight against the true demon empire's sea race army. The army of the true devil empire was simply too powerful. With the true devil heavenly emperor leading the army, they slaughtered their way into the sacred dynasty's holy city. However, after encountering the obstruction of the celestial dragon country, this arrogant army came to a halt. The celestial dragon country could be said to be the gateway to the holy city. One had to pass through here to reach the holy city. However, the army of the true devil empire was completely blocked there. The history books only recorded the battle between the true devil heavenly emperor and the holy emperor Ji Wu. However, there was no record of the battle between the celestial dragon king and the true devil heavenly emperor. That battle was really evenly matched. This was also the first time the true devil heavenly emperor encountered such a terrifying opponent. Where did you see this from? Ling Xiao suddenly asked. Of course, from the history of our celestial dragon tribe, the Dragon Crown Prince said righteously. Originally, if the holy Emperor Ji Wu was willing, he could definitely join forces with the Heavenly Dragon King to kill the true Devil Heavenly Emperor. This way, the army of the true Devil Empire would definitely retreat. However, Ji Wu didn't do so. Instead, he was afraid that the Heavenly Dragon King's achievements would overshadow his master. He actually tricked the Heavenly Dragon King into coming to the holy city to kill him. The Heavenly Dragon King had a heroic reputation, but in the end, he was schemed against by despicable humans. Even the Heavenly Dragon tribe suffered because of this and was almost completely slaughtered. However, Ji Wu probably didn't expect that the Heavenly Dragon King would pass down his Heavenly Dragon bloodline before he died. This person is my ancestor. And this Crown Prince is the inheritor of this generation's Heavenly Dragon bloodline. This bloodline is the bloodline that once fought the insufferably arrogant true devil heavenly emperor to a draw. As he spoke, the dragon crown prince's aura suddenly erupted and he entered his half-dragon form. A clear and majestic dragon roar echoed in the sky for a long time, unwilling to leave. I didn't expect Senior Brother to be a descendant of the Heavenly Dragon tribe and have the Heavenly Dragon King's bloodline. No wonder he calls himself the Dragon Crown Prince. Yeah, I always thought that the Dragon Crown Prince was the title of our Water God Temple. The martial artists of the Water God Temple discussed animatedly. They were all surprised and pleasantly surprised. However, Ling Xiao looked at the Dragon Crown Prince indifferently and said, "According to the history of the Sacred Dynasty, the Heavenly Dragon King colluded with the true Devil Heavenly Emperor and killed the general sent by the Holy Emperor Ji Wu in an attempt to rebel. That was why the Holy Emperor Ji Wu personally killed him in the Heavenly Dragon City. It wasn't like what you said. That's nonsense, a distorted history," the Dragon Crown Prince roared. "Well, you can think of the history of the Sacred Dynasty as the history written by the victors. It's fake. However, the author of the history of the mystic world was the historian of the Immortal Court continent. At that time, the Heavenly Dragon King did secretly meet with the true Devil Heavenly Emperor outside the city. After it was over, not only did he obtain the true Devil Heavenly Emperor's death exemption gold medallion, but he also directly poisoned the grand prize sent by the Holy Emperor. Although this book didn't say that the Heavenly Dragon King betrayed, it was just a fact. But this is far from what you said, isn't it? Your Heavenly Dragon race's history doesn't seem to be reliable either." Ling Xiao was knowledgeable, especially after he obtained the Mountain River Martial Spirit. He had the ability to remember everything he saw. As long as he saw something, he would remember it clearly. And the things recorded in this history book were what he saw in the Yuehua School's library. This old man has also heard about it. One of the speculations that everyone agrees with is that the Heavenly Dragon King is indeed very strong. There is no doubt about this. Although the true Devil Heavenly Emperor could defeat him, he was worried that this person would join forces with the Holy Emperor Ji Wu, so he used the sowing of dissension. And the Heavenly Dragon King is more tyrannical, coupled with his arbitrary behavior, so he was tricked by the true Devil Heavenly Emperor. In the face of the Heavenly Dragon King's actions, the Holy Emperor Ji Wu could only kill him. He is the Holy Emperor. Even if he shed tears, he has to uphold the rules of the Sacred Dynasty. Feng Ming Wuyang suddenly said. "Bullshit! You are all bullshit! My ancestor, the Heavenly Dragon King, is definitely not that kind of brainless person. It was those despicable humans who killed him and even splashed dirty water on him." The Dragon Crown Prince's reaction was very agitated. "Alright, I'm too lazy to judge your ancestor. Since you have obtained the bloodline of the Heavenly Dragon King, then I want to see how powerful your bloodline is." It was hard to say what was right and wrong in the past, but this didn't prevent him from fighting with the Dragon Crown Prince today. This was enough. Chapter 1663. That's right, the past can't be determined, but the power of Dragon King Tian's bloodline is undeniable. The Dragon Prince looked at Ling Xiao coldly as the terrifying aura on his body grew stronger. The blood of Dragon King Tian flowed in his body and let out a tyrannical roar. "Ah!" The Dragon Prince howled to the sky as his back bulged. "Kacha!" Suddenly, a pair of green wings drilled out from the two bulging places. The wings spread out and a tyrannical gale began to howl in the surroundings. The perfect green wings seemed to be condensed from the green gale. The feathers were so beautiful and seemed to be filled with power and destruction. Sky Dragon. Legend has it that it was a divine dragon with wings, not a giant dragon. It controlled the power of the wind. Although its body was slightly shorter than an ordinary divine dragon, it had at most 8 pairs of wind and lightning wings. It seemed that the Dragon Prince had indeed grasped the power of Dragon King Tian's bloodline, but it had not reached that level. Because it was obvious that he only had a pair of wind and lightning wings. The Sky Dragon controlled the power of the wind, but when it flew, there was the sound of thunder. Therefore, It was called the Wind and Lightning Wings. It's not over yet. The Dragon Prince smiled coldly, and then the sound of thunder rang out. Behind him, a ball of lightning appeared. Then, it turned into the shape of a giant bird. Thunderbird martial spirit? Ling Xiao frowned and suddenly said coldly, Hee hee, I didn't expect that. Not only did you inherit the power of Dragon King Tian's bloodline, but you also inherited the Thunderbird martial spirit that he took from General Thunderbird. Now I can be sure that the things in the history books of the mystic world are probably true. No matter what reason your ancestor had, he killed General Thunderbird first and was killed by Saint Emperor Ji Wu. Nonsense, this is clearly the martial spirit that General Thunderbird gave to my ancestor before he died. The Dragon Prince said coldly. Hee hee, so that's how it is. To be able to fabricate such a history, it seems that the records of the sacred dynasty's history books are more realistic. Your ancestor is really shameless. Ling Xiao smiled. In fact, neither Holy Emperor Ji Wu nor Heavenly Dragon King had anything to do with him. He did not need to protect anyone, but the history fabricated by the Heavenly Dragon race could probably be concluded. He even made himself sound so wrong. What a joke. Martial soul fusion! The Dragon Prince roared, and his body changed again. The original wings of wind and lightning had actually changed. One side was flowing with the power of wind, while the other side was flowing with the power of lightning. One side flashed with green light, while the other side flashed with purplish-blue light. He held a purplish-blue ball of lightning in one hand and a green ball of wind in the other. Originally, the Sky Dragon only controlled the power of the wind. But now, the Dragon Crown Prince could control the power of wind and thunder. How can this Dragon Prince be so strong? Esteemed Dragon Phoenix's body trembled slightly. He originally knew that the Dragon Crown Prince was stronger than him, but he had never imagined that the Dragon Crown Prince's strength would be so much higher than his. For a martial artist to grasp the power of wind and thunder at the same time, that was simply an inconceivable thing. However, the reality in front of him told him that the Dragon Prince could do it. The power of the Heavenly Dragon King's bloodline coupled with the Thunderbird martial soul of General Thunderbird could be said to be a perfect match. He could clearly feel the pain of the wind cutting through his skin. He could also clearly feel the pressure of the roar of thunder. Hee hee, interesting. Things are more interesting than I imagined. Feng Ming and Wu Yang chuckled. If the Dragon Prince was too weak, then today's battle would be meaningless. Ling Xiao did not have the power of bloodline. At least that was the case according to the rumors, and in his opinion, it was also the case. But Ling Xiao had many special martial skills, as well as a terrifying talent to improve his physical body, soul, and internal strength. These two people were like two tiger kings in the mountains, either could tolerate the other. This battle would be very interesting. Even though it was still impossible to predict who would win or lose this battle. He originally thought that Ling Xiao would win, but that was when the Dragon Prince did not release the power of his bloodline and martial soul. Now, he really could not see through them. Even with his eyesight, he was unable to see through them. Between the two of them, no one knew who was stronger or weaker. Both of you are heavenly geniuses. Are you really not going to consider giving up? No matter which one of you dies, it will be a huge loss to the Tianhai Empire. Feng Ming and Wu Yang sighed. Although they knew that this kind of advice might not have any meaning, they still wanted to try. Otherwise, it would really be a pity. Impossible. He killed the #1 hero and insulted my water god temple. Now that I have shown my trump card, how can I not kill him? Feng Ming and Wu Yang, you can't be thinking that he will die. So you made such a suggestion, right? The Dragon Prince glanced at Feng Ming and Wu Yang and said unhappily. Ling Xiao also said, Senior Feng Ming and Wu Yang, today's battle is unavoidable. Not to mention you, even if the Emperor of the Tianhai Empire came here, he would not be able to make me stop. Meeting such a good opponent, how could Ling Xiao give up? It had been a long time since he had a hearty battle. Today, perhaps he could erupt again and test the results of his recent cultivation. He could try to master all kinds of techniques. After all, a battle between cultivators was not just a battle of strength. wisdom also played a large part. If he faced the enemy head-on, he might not be a match for the Dragon Prince if he did not use the Sky Tyrant martial spirit. But he had many more tricks up his sleeve. Feng Ming and Wu Yang sighed and could only shut their mouths. Since they couldn't stop it, then they wouldn't. A true expert would eventually stand out after this battle. Perhaps this would be a good thing. Ling Xiao, I really admire you. Facing my trump card, you can still remain so calm. It's really rare. The Dragon Prince held Gale in one hand and Raging Thunder in the other, as he looked coldly at Ling Xiao. He was really surprised that Ling Xiao did not choose to avoid the battle under such circumstances. In fact, he was really a little worried. If Ling Xiao accepted Feng Ming and Wu Yang's suggestion to stop the battle, then it would be very difficult for him to kill Ling Xiao. After all, that old ghost Feng Ming and Wu Yang was not simple. But now, Ling Xiao had once again made a stupid choice. This made him very happy and a little impressed. Is this your trump card? It's not bad, but it's not enough to scare me away. Ling Xiao smiled and said, Since you're so sincere, I'll let you see something fun. With that, Ling Xiao directly removed the heavenly demon incarnation. Then, a complete primordial heavenly demon and a complete primordial golden crow appeared behind him. On one side was the power of darkness and evil, causing people to avoid it. On the other side was the power of blazing light, causing people to feel awe. Chapter 1664. I knew you had the immemorial golden crow and the immemorial heavenly demon battle intent, but so what? You're still no match for me, the Dragon Prince said coldly. Don't worry, it's not over yet. Ling Xiao took a deep breath. Immemorial heavenly demon and immemorial golden crow, fusion. 11th profound of light and shadow, evil god. This was the first time Ling Xiao had used the fusion of the 11th profound of light and shadow. As he used the move, a strange evil god appeared behind him. It wasn't an illusion, but something that really existed. The evil god had 3 heads and 6 arms, a pair of wings on its back, and 2 strange spheres surrounded its body. One was golden, and the other was pure black. The evil god had 3 heads, one was the head of the golden crow, and the other was the head of the heavenly demon. The other one looked almost exactly the same as Ling Xiao, but its eyes were golden and black. It looked very strange and had a strong evil aura. 2 of its 6 arms looked like the claws of the golden crow, and the other 2 were the arms of the heavenly demon. The other 2 were human arms. These 2 arms held a black long sword and a golden long sword respectively. One was the dark demon sword, and the other was the light divine sword. Half of the wings on its back were golden, and the other half was reddish-black. The evil god was 7 to 8 meters tall, floating in the air, and the head with black and golden eyes in the middle was facing the Dragon Prince. Its eyes were filled with the aura of death and destruction. This guy! The Dragon Prince's face became gloomy again. Ling Xiao killed the first hero without using all his strength. How many trump cards does this guy have? An esteemed Dragon Phoenix was definitely more surprised than the Dragon Prince. Sect Master, it seems that you're right. Ling Xiao really didn't use all his strength to kill the first hero. This guy really has a trump card. Esteemed Dragon Phoenix looked at Feng Ming and Wu Yang. Don't worry, I think he should have other means. It's not just that. Feng Ming and Wu Yang smiled. Just now, they were just speculating, but this time, they were sure. Facing the powerful Dragon Prince, Ling Xiao had no intention of retreating. This proved that Ling Xiao was very confident in facing this opponent. It would be impossible if he did not have a stronger trump card. Ling Xiao, this move of yours is indeed powerful. Is it the evil god? He was really powerful, but so what? You're only at the 3rd level of the yin-yang realm. The difference between our cultivation levels is too great. You'll definitely lose to me. As he spoke, his figure suddenly flickered, and the wind and thunder wings on his back flapped lightly. He was no longer where he was standing. Ling Xiao frowned slightly but did not move. He had to admit that the Dragon Prince, who had the wings of wind and thunder, was indeed very fast. However, if the other party wanted to compete with him in terms of speed, then he was simply courting death. He opened his Tai Chi eye and quickly caught sight of an afterimage. He could feel two terrifying forces coming towards him at the same time. They were very fast and from very tricky angles. He had to admit that if he did not have the Tai Chi eye, he would not have been able to detect these two attacks. But now, he sneered. Boom! Crack! Two sounds rang out almost at the same time. After the thunder, there was a gust of wind. The wind and thunder fused together, and became even more powerful. However, the lightning ball and wind ball were blocked by two swords. The evil god floated in the sky and stabbed one sword at the lightning ball and the other at the wind ball. It was majestic and evil. Block? You can block it once, but can you block it a second time? Facing Ling Xiao's defense, the Dragon Prince smiled coldly. The wind and thunder wings glowed, and his figure became even more mysterious. Kaboom! Then, even crazier attacks came continuously. Raging lightning. Terrifying wind. A dense barrage of attacks shot towards Ling Xiao. The evil god rushed left and right. Fortunately, it had 3 heads and 6 arms. Otherwise, it would have been very difficult to block these continuous attacks. This evil god was formed by the fusion of the primordial golden crow and primordial heavenly demon battle intense. Otherwise, if it was anyone else facing the Dragon Prince's attacks alone, they would have been torn to pieces. Even so, it was obvious that the evil god was suppressed. Ling Xiao was suppressed. Everyone saw this scene very clearly, and understood very well. Ling Xiao frowned. If the Dragon Prince was just an ordinary yin-yang realm level 6 martial artist, or even a genius like the first hero, he would definitely fight head-on. However, the Dragon Prince was not ordinary. However, the Dragon Prince wasn't a mediocre person. This guy was a true genius. He could even be considered a monster. Facing such a person, it was really difficult to challenge someone 3 levels above him. If he didn't use the Overlord Martial Soul, how could he win? Ling Xiao pondered silently as he defended against his opponent's attacks. The Overlord Martial Soul was his strongest trump card, but he couldn't use it easily. Unless he had no choice, he wouldn't use it. However, the Dragon Prince's attacks were really strong. If this continued, the evil god wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Even the evil god, who was supported by the Emperor Heaven-Earth power, couldn't block it. This was why the Dragon Prince was so terrifying. The Dragon Prince definitely had the ability to instantly kill the first hero. The difference in cultivation between the two wasn't huge, but the difference in strength was like heaven and earth. Even so, Ling Xiao was still confident that he could defeat the Dragon Prince. That was because he still had more tricks up his sleeve. Ling Xiao didn't like to rely on his only trump card. Hence, he was very calm in every battle. Even if the Dragon Prince was stronger than he expected, he could still adjust his strategy and destroy the Dragon Prince. Kaboom! Finally, under the continuous attacks, the evil god's 2 arms were smashed into pieces and fell to the ground. The Dragon Prince laughed maniacally and took the chance to launch an even more ferocious attack. He destroyed 6 of the evil god's arms. In the end, the furious wind and lightning destroyed the evil god. Even though the attack took more than half an hour, it was definitely worth it to the Dragon Prince. Ha ha ha, Ling Xiao, did you see that? Your strongest trump card couldn't block my attack. What right do you have to reject my invitation? I'll give you one last chance. Follow me and prosper. Go against me and die. Whether you live or die is in your own hands. I'll give you 3 minutes. Make your choice. After completely defeating the evil god, the Dragon Prince didn't continue to chase. Instead, he laughed maniacally. Victory was already in his grasp. This time, it's impossible for Ling Xiao to make a comeback. He's dead for sure. The warriors of the Water God Temple had experienced the battle between the first hero and Ling Xiao, so they didn't dare to easily comment on the outcome. However, after seeing this scene, even the cautious ones like them felt that it was impossible for Ling Xiao to win. Master Long Huang looked at Feng Ming and Wu Yang, wanting to know what she meant. However, Feng Ming and Wu Yang were also expressionless, because he couldn't determine if Ling Xiao still had the ability to defeat his opponent. Chapter 1665. Feng Ming and Wu Yang believed that Ling Xiao had more than one trump card. However, his trump card might not be powerful enough to defeat the powerful Dragon Crown Prince. Strongest trump card? Who told you that the demon god is my strongest trump card? Ling Xiao smiled disdainfully. I've never tried this move before. I'm just trying it out to see how powerful it is. I'm actually very satisfied that it can block the attacks of a peak 6th level Yin-Yang realm genius like you for half an hour. Of course, I'm only satisfied with its defense. I don't think you've tried its attack before, right? As he spoke, the demon god that had been completely defeated gathered together again. Didn't anyone tell you that this is only one of my ultimacy moves? As long as I don't die, as long as I have enough inner strength and soul power, it can be resurrected repeatedly. How many times can you defeat it? Ling Xiao had a mocking smile on his face. The martial artists from the Water God Temple all looked as if they had lost their parents. They had forgotten that the demon god was not a summoned creature, nor was it Ling Xiao's actual body. So what if it was defeated? The Dragon Crown Prince's eyes were as dark as a black hole. He felt intense anger. He even felt like he was going to explode. He was pissed. He was a peak 6th level Yin-Yang realm martial artist. He had the Heavenly Dragon King bloodline and the Thunderbird martial soul. However, he felt so aggrieved when facing Ling Xiao, a mere 3rd level Yin-Yang realm martial artist. He had only defeated one of Ling Xiao's moves in half an hour. He was actually so proud of himself. What was this? Had he always been afraid of Ling Xiao? Was this why he was so happy with such a small achievement? Good. Very good. I wanted to keep you as a dog by my side. Since you don't agree, then die. The Dragon Crown Prince was almost howling. His body started to grow rapidly. Since the start of the battle, he had been in his half-beast form. He had not entered his most powerful state. That was because he felt that there was no need to fight Ling Xiao. His most powerful state was for the White Tiger Storm meat. But today, at this moment, he really couldn't take it anymore. Ling Xiao was simply insulting him. This was unbearable for him. Sky Dragon Incarnation. It should be said that Dragon Prince's Sky Dragon avatar was very different from ordinary Sky Dragon avatars. His Sky Dragon incarnation was condensed from the bloodline of the Sky Dragon King. It was even more powerful than the incarnations of ordinary martial artists who possessed the bloodline of the Sky Dragon. The wings of wind and lightning on the slender dragon body were particularly eye-catching. The most surprising thing was that his dragon tail was in the shape of a thunderbird. Two-headed? Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment. He had read about the heavenly dragon incarnation in books, but he had never seen such a form before. Then, the wings of wind and lightning flapped in the void. The wind was swirling in the sky. And it was getting bigger and bigger, gradually forming a huge tornado with a diameter of more than 10 meters. This tornado was so terrifying that it swept up the mountain rocks and plants on the ground and threw them into the air. However, this was not enough. The dragon bird at the tail of the heavenly dragon incarnation spat out a bolt of astonishing lightning and fell into the huge tornado. Then, thunder and lightning roared in the tornado. The mountain rocks and plants that would have been thrown out were instantly torn into pieces by the terrifying lightning. The terrifying lightning tornado wreaked havoc in the void, tearing and distorting space-time and time again. The martial artists of the Dragon Phoenix Mountain in the distance saw the pitch-black sky as if doomsday had arrived. The killing intent was accompanied by this terrifying lightning tornado, releasing an astonishing power. Even the cultivators of the Water Spirit Temple were forced to retreat several hundred meters again. Feng Ming, Wu Yang, and Master Long Huang also retreated far away, afraid that they would be affected by this terrifying tornado. This guy is really going all out. I wonder how much internal energy he will consume with this move. Feng Ming Wuyang retreated far away and muttered to himself. This is all forced by Ling Xiao. Master Long Huang shook his head and smiled bitterly. He had never seen the Dragon Prince so angry. He was as violent as he was today. Indeed, the Dragon Prince did not intend to give Ling Xiao any chance. He wanted to tear this hateful guy to pieces and not give him any chance to beg for mercy. He wanted to completely destroy Ling Xiao and let this ignorant guy know that the Water God Temple of the Tianhai Empire was not something that anyone could bully at will. He also wanted Feng Ming Wuyang to see that it was natural for the Water God Temple to step on the head of the Dragon Phoenix Mountain. Feng Ming Wuyang's futile attempt to rely on Ling Xiao to attack the Water God Temple could only be a fool's dream. To tell the truth, Feng Ming Wuyang did not hold Ling Xiao accountable and instead let Ling Xiao fight with the martial artists of the Water God Temple here. This made the Dragon Prince's stomach full of anger. If it weren't for his strength being inferior to Feng Ming Wuyang, he would have directly killed them and then gone to destroy Ling Xiao. And now, the only thing he could do was to let Feng Ming and Wuyang understand that all their little tricks were useless. Ling Xiao indifferently looked at the terrifying tornado formed by wind and thunder. Although he was several hundred meters away, he could still feel the terrifying destructive power. If this guy is able to display such powerful strength in the Divine Phoenix continent, then the entire Divine Phoenix capital will probably be easily destroyed by this attack. Although the one standing in front of him was an enemy, Ling Xiao had to admit that his opponent's attack was very strong. This opponent was worthy of him using the Hell Dragon Talisman. Ling Xiao faintly smiled. With a thought, the Hell Dragon Talisman was released from his soul realm. It floated above his head and then a dragon's roar resounded. Blood Soul Talisman. He actually has a Blood Soul Talisman. Everyone was completely dumbfounded. Even Feng Ming Wuyang was shocked. He was well aware of how precious a Blood Soul Talisman was. Just yesterday, at an auction in the Sin Domain, the lowest quality Frost Talisman had been sold for a sky-high price. It was said that the one who bought it was the Water Spirit Hall's Heavy Water Tower's young master Tianhaiyan. However, 2 hours ago, Feng Ming Wuyang received news that the Water Spirit Hall's Heavy Water Tower, including Protector Heavy Water, were all killed. The Frost Talisman's whereabouts were unknown. For a Frost Talisman, he actually dared to kill one of the Water Spirit Hall's 2 towers, the Heavy Water Tower. Not to mention the origin of this person, it was enough to see how precious the Blood Soul Talisman was. According to Feng Ming Wuyang's investigation, in the entire White Tiger continent, the only Blood Soul Talisman that had appeared was the Frost Talisman. The appearance of the Hell Dragon Talisman today was the second one. It was obvious that such a precious item was extraordinary. To be honest, the moment they saw the Hell Dragon Talisman, Feng Ming Wuyang's heart was filled with greed. It wasn't that such treasures didn't come from the Immortal Court continent, but they were too few. To be able to find one was already very lucky. Chapter 1666. Although Feng Ming Wuyang was greedy, he did not plan to snatch it. His reason was simple. Since Ling Xiao dared to take out the Hell Dragon Talisman, he was not afraid of others. Furthermore, although the Blood Spirit Talisman was precious, he did not care about anything below green grade. Because of this, he did not go to Sin Domain's auction. He guessed that many martial artists with similar cultivation as him would not go either. The Cold Ice Talisman was only white grade, and they did not care about it. Of course, the Jade Blood Fire Phoenix Pill was an accident. Many martial artists did not expect that the Jade Blood Fire Phoenix Pill would appear at the end of the auction. When they tried to figure out who had obtained the pill, they found that the Heavenly Demon Cult martial artist had been killed, and the pill's whereabouts were unknown. No matter how angry they were, they could not do anything. Thinking about this, Feng Ming Wuyang looked at the Blood Spirit Talisman in Ling Xiao's hand. It should be green grade, and used green inscriptions. Although it was better than the white Cold Ice Talisman, he did not care about it. At least, he would not become enemies with Ling Xiao because of it. Just as he was thinking, the dragon roar became louder. In the sky, the Scarlet Sun energy poured into the Hell Dragon Talisman. Terrifying black flames rolled and burned in the Hell Dragon Talisman. The terrifying heat continued to expand. The Hell Dragon Talisman seemed to have transformed into a small black sun. Facing the Dragon Prince's strongest attack, Ling Xiao did not plan to hold back other than the Tyrant martial spirit. A large amount of inner strength and spirit power poured into the Hell Dragon Talisman, and combined with the Scarlet Sun energy in the sky. The entire sky was filled with a terrifying destructive aura. Huff! The green leaves were ignited by the terrifying heat, and the flames spread in all directions. Seeing this, Feng Ming Wuyang anxiously used martial techniques to avoid the flames. Fortunately, it was only the energy that leaked out, and with his ability, he could block it. Otherwise, the terrifying flames would burn the entire mountain, and cause a huge fire in the Dragon Phoenix Mountain. At that time, it would be troublesome. The tyrannical destructive aura continued to rise in the air. The Water Spirit Temple's cultivators were all scared witless. Ling Xiao was too scary. He thought he was at his wits' end against the Dragon Crown Prince. He never thought he would be able to release such a terrifying existence. Evil God, sacrifice! Ling Xiao roared and threw the giant demon god into the diabolical dragon talisman. The heat of the immemorial golden crow. The darkness of the primordial heavenly devil. The two types of energy coordinated perfectly with the hell dragon fire. In that instant, the infernal dragon talisman expanded once more. Amidst the terrifying heat, there was an eerie chill. No one was able to sense exactly what kind of flame it was. Was it the heat? Or was it cold? However, no matter what it was, everyone could feel that terrifying aura of destruction. Destruction sword intent, smelt. Slaughter sword intent, smelt. The two terrifying sword intents were also infused into the infernal dragon talisman. The aura of destruction and slaughter began to pervade the entire battlefield. Even the nearby disciples of the Dragon Phoenix Mountain could feel this extremely terrifying aura. Many martial artists who had come to watch the show suddenly stopped when they were nearby. The terrifying willpower prevented them from getting close. They didn't dare to approach him. Dragon Prince's thunderstorm tornado was also filled with terrifying destructive power. The two types of destructive power had yet to collide, but the aura was already entangled in the sky. Dragon Prince stared at the Hell Dragon talisman above Ling Xiao's head. His expression wasn't good at first. However, after a short moment, an excited smile appeared on Tianlong's face. You said that the evil god wasn't your strongest trump card. Then this blood soul talisman should be? It's indeed stronger than the evil god from before. But so what? I'll destroy your strongest trump card. I'll destroy what you're so proud of. I'll make you despair. Dragon Prince was very confident. That was because he felt that his cultivation was stronger than Ling Xiao's. In addition, he had already entered the heavenly dragon Thunderbird state. Whether it was yin-yang yuan force or soul power, he should be more terrifying than Ling Xiao. In that case, his victory this time was absolute. How could Ling Xiao compare to him? With my body, I'll activate the thunderstorm tornado. Destroy Ling Xiao. You'll know that everything you've done is futile. Dragon Prince roared, and his huge body merged with the wind and thunder tornado. The terrifying tornado released an even more terrifying destructive aura. Then, with unstoppable power, it charged towards Ling Xiao. Facing such a terrifying attack, Ling Xiao couldn't escape at all. The thunderstorm tornado stirred up the surrounding air, causing the surrounding qi to become chaotic. A huge suction force pulled Ling Xiao towards the tornado. Even if he could break free from the suction force, his speed would definitely be reduced by a lot. In that case, he wouldn't be able to escape the opponent's attack. Instead, he would give his back to the opponent. Dragon Prince wasn't a fool. He knew that Ling Xiao's speed was extremely fast. If the thunderstorm tornado couldn't hit Ling Xiao, wouldn't he be an idiot? He dared to pour all his yin-yang yuan force and soul power into the thunderstorm tornado. It was because he knew that Ling Xiao couldn't escape. He could only fight him head-on. But did Ling Xiao need to run? He didn't run. There was no need to run. He just stood there, watching the thunderstorm tornado approach. Suddenly his lips curled into a smile. Come, life or death will be decided in this attack. Kill! He didn't retreat or dodge. Instead, he activated the Hell Dragon Talisman and charged towards Dragon Prince. His entire body merged into the Hell Dragon Talisman and the terrifying black flames. The terrifying aura was burning everything. The rolling killing intent made countless living beings tremble. Rumble! Finally, the entire barren mountain shook violently with a loud bang that shook the heavens and the earth. The thunderstorm tornado roared and collided with the scorching Hell Dragon Talisman. Lightning! Wild wind! Flames! Destructive aura! The entire top of the barren mountain was in a state of frenzied destruction. The originally lush vegetation on the top of the mountain became barren in an instant. Ling Xiao and Dragon Prince were both involved in this terrifying calamity. Smoke and dust billowed. Energy surged. They couldn't even see their figures clearly. No one knew how the battle was going. In the eyes of the warriors outside, the entire barren mountain peak was completely wrapped in a frenzy of energy turbulence. They could only feel the terrifying destructive aura. They were all trembling in fear, but they didn't know who had won. Boom! Kacha! Chi-la! All sorts of ear-piercing sounds were constantly released from the energy turbulence. Sometimes it was the roar of lightning. Sometimes it was the roar of flames. Sometimes it was the roar of wind. The energies tore at each other. No one was willing to admit defeat. They were completely entangled together. Chapter 1667. The terrifying energies devoured and attacked each other. The space was constantly distorted. Sometimes it was round, sometimes it was oval. Countless people didn't dare to blink. Is this really a battle between a martial artist at the 6th level of the Yin-Yang realm and a martial artist at the 3rd level of the Yin-Yang realm? It's unbelievable. Yes, even a martial artist at the 7th level of the Yin-Yang realm might not be able to achieve such terrifying destructive power. Those two monsters! Both of their attacks were too powerful. They were too terrifying. This time, even Feng Ming and Wu Yang felt incomparably shocked. He had to admit that if he were to face these two attacks, he wouldn't be able to escape unscathed. Ling Xiao and the Dragon Prince faced each other in the terrifying energy turbulence. They didn't have any other thoughts. At this moment, only one of them would die. They could only attack with all their might and completely destroy their opponent without leaving anything behind. Only then could they be completely at ease. Ha ha ha, Ling Xiao, you have no way out. Today, you will definitely die here. But don't worry, the Water God Temple will take care of your heavenly empire. I guarantee that it will become our most loyal dog. Ha ha! The Dragon Prince felt that he had the upper hand, so he became more excited and arrogant. He was very confident that he had already started to plan what to do after killing Ling Xiao. Although he was afraid of the Moon Lady and the demonic liquor sword, he had the Water God Temple behind him. The sect master of the Water God Temple was as powerful as the Moon Lady. As long as he had the support of the sect master, he could completely control the entire heavenly empire. In the future, the resources of the Dragon Phoenix continent could be continuously sent to the Water God Temple. In a few years, the Water God Temple would definitely surpass the Tianhai Saint Academy and become the #1 sect in the Tianhai Empire. At that time, he believed that his cultivation would become even more powerful. Who would dare to be his enemy? Even the Emperor of the Tianhai Empire would have to act according to his wishes. This was the benefit of power. Your daydream is really funny. Ling Xiao looked at the Dragon Prince and smiled. Unfortunately, it's just a daydream. Is it really good for you to be so conceited? Ha ha, so what if I am conceited? Have you used all of your yin and yang elemental energy and soul force to maintain the infernal dragon talisman? As for me, I still have the Sky Dragon incarnation. With the power of the Sky Dragon incarnation, even if I don't use any yin-yang energy, I can still easily kill you. What do you have to fight me with? The Dragon Prince laughed arrogantly. As he spoke, the Dragon Crown Prince's Sky Dragon avatar flew out of the tornado. He pounced on Ling Xiao. In the sky, much of the smoke and dust had finally dispersed. Some of the cultivators with better eyesight and higher cultivation could vaguely see the battle situation in the turbulent flow of energy. Ling Xiao is probably going to lose. He has placed all his hopes on the Infernal Dragon Talisman, while the Dragon Prince's Sky Dragon avatar can easily tear his body apart. The one who spoke was Dragon Phoenix Mountain's vice sect leader, Tian Haitsang. Previously, it was mentioned that Dragon Phoenix Mountain was actually divided into two factions. One of them was the forces from the Divine Phoenix Continent and the Heavenly Dragon Continent led by Feng Ming and Wu Yang. This force hoped to accept the geniuses of the Heavenly Dragon Continent and the Divine Phoenix Continent, and turn the Dragon Phoenix Mountain into a cultivation base for the geniuses of the two continents. They were called the Foreign Faction. The other faction was led by the Vice Sect Master Tianhai Tsang. They were the native forces of the Tianhai Empire. When the Dragon Phoenix Mountain was first established, these people helped a lot. However, in terms of ideology, they were obviously different from Feng Ming and Wu Yang. They looked down on the cultivators of the Divine Phoenix Continent and the Heavenly Dragon Continent. They hoped to recruit and nurture the native disciples of the White Tiger Continent. Hence, this faction was also called the Native Faction. Tianhai Tseng definitely did not like Ling Xiao. He did not like any of the cultivators of the Divine Phoenix Continent and the Heavenly Dragon Continent. Seeing Ling Xiao suppressed by the Dragon Prince, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. He was even certain that Ling Xiao was finished. The cultivators standing beside him nodded in agreement. After all, at present, Ling Xiao was indeed not a match for the Dragon Prince. This was not wrong. However, Ling Xiao's gaze towards the Dragon Crown Prince was filled with mockery. It was as if he was mocking the Dragon Prince's ignorance. His strongest trump card? He could not help but want to laugh. The methods he could use were far more than these. He did not even need to use the Sky Tyrant martial spirit to play this conceited Dragon Prince to death. What's with that look? The Dragon Prince roared angrily. You can tell? I'm looking at you with a mocking gaze. Mocking you, idiot, Ling Xiao said disdainfully. I'm going to dig out your eyes. Let's see if you still have the mood to mock this prince. The Dragon Prince looked at Ling Xiao's gaze and felt very angry. He really did not understand what Ling Xiao was relying on. At this time, he was still vainly trying to contend with him. He was simply courting death. Ling Xiao smiled and did not reply. Instead, he condensed his soul power and poured it into his right eye. His right eye slowly closed. When the Dragon Prince was less than 3 meters away from him, he suddenly opened it. 3-leaf demonic pupils, soul catcher! The moment his right eye opened, the 3-leaf-like pupils suddenly released a terrifying amount of soul power. Then it directly crashed into the Dragon Prince who was charging over. At that moment, the Dragon Prince felt his heart tremble. His flying movements suddenly slowed down, and he began to fall down. His eyes also became blurred. 3-leaf demonic pupils, demonic flash. Seizing this opportunity, Ling Xiao's right eye shot out a black light and directly hit the Dragon Prince's body. A black wound appeared and dark red blood flowed out. Damn it! The injured Dragon Prince's soul was stimulated by the pain, causing him to wake up from his daze. He angrily roared, "Stinking brat, I did not expect you to have this kind of crooked trick. But this kind of trick is never the right way. With your little soul power, what can you do to me?" The Dragon Prince angrily roared. The injured area quickly healed and then he continued to charge at Ling Xiao. "You're dead." "Hee, is that so? Why do I feel like you're the one who's dead?" Ling Xiao looked at the Dragon Prince with disdain. The 3-leaf demonic pupils had taken effect. This meant that the soul power deterrence was absolutely effective against the Dragon Prince. It was only because the Dragon Prince was currently in the Heavenly Dragon incarnation state. So he had a strong resistance against soul power. Therefore, a little pain would cause him to recover. Then what about the soul power that was even stronger than the three-leaf demonic pupils? Ling Zhao's lips curled into a cold smile, and then he closed his eyes. From his body, a complete soul floated out. Source soul leaving the shell, possession. Ling Xiao had not relaxed his cultivation of the primordial spirit remnant scroll. Chapter 1668. Whether the primordial spirit remnant scroll had any other uses or not, just the advantage of increasing one's soul power was enough for Ling Xiao to go all out to cultivate. As the source spirit came out of his body, it directly entered the heavenly dragon incarnation. The invisible and terrifying source spirit entered the heavenly dragon incarnation without any resistance. In that instant, the dragon prince's eyes clearly became sluggish. The shaking of his body also became much smaller. "You fellow, what did you do?" the dragon prince roared in fear. Ling Xiao knew that his source spirit possession could not control the dragon prince's body. After all, this fellow's cultivation was too strong. But the effect of the source spirit possession was to make the other side lose their ability to fight and reveal a flaw. Like this, Ling Xiao would have a chance to win without using the tyrant martial spirit. "Idiot, I've used up most of my internal strength, but my soul power is still very sufficient." Ling Xiao gave a cold laugh and then opened the Tai Chi eye. "Heaven burning eye, Samadhi true fire." The Tai Chi eye rotated, and in the sky, a giant eye that looked like it was made of flames appeared. Then, the eyes spat out raging flames and charged at the struggling dragon crown prince. The seal in Ling Zhao's body was released ahead of time. That was because the human king's power had been used up. However, Ling Xiao continued to cultivate according to the direction that the human king had given him. Only by combining what he had learned before with his current battle, in a crucial battle, it would have a special effect. For example, the Samadhi true fire released by the heaven burning eye. It was one of the divine flames that Ling Xiao had. The might of the divine flame could be imagined. Without the protection of the yin and yang spirit energy, even the heavenly dragon incarnation could not withstand this terrifying burning. In that instant, Tian Haitsung's face slightly changed, and his brows tightly knit. He never thought that this Ling Xiao would actually be able to fight back in this kind of situation. This attack, no one expected it. The dragon prince would be miserable. Being burned by the Samadhi true fire, the dragon prince let out a pitiful cry. But this fellow was worthy of being a monster with the heavenly dragon king's bloodline. Even in this kind of situation, he could still fight back. It turned out that his tornado of wind and thunder did not release all of his yin and yang essence force. At this critical moment, the sky dragon incarnation roared, and an astonishing aura erupted from its body, dispersing the true Samadhi fire. The true Samadhi fire immediately dissipated. However, Ling Zhao's face was still indifferent, without the slightest hint of surprise. He believed that no matter who it was impossible for them to use their full strength. They would definitely leave something behind. Therefore, from the very beginning, he did not expect his true Samadhi fire to burn the dragon prince to death. "You blocked the first attack, but can you block the second one?" Ling Xiao smiled and softly chanted, "Burning heaven eye, dark flames of death." The dark flame of death was still one of the 12 godly flames. It was different from the domineering heat of the true Samadhi fire. The death dark flame was filled with the aura of death and had an extremely strong corrosive effect. When the dark death flames enveloped the sky dragon incarnation, the dragon prince no longer had any yin and yang energy to resist. At the critical moment, this guy actually bit off his arm, and relied on the stimulation of fresh blood to awaken him from the soul power's deterrence. Then he turned and dove into his own tornado. The tornado had been resisting the Hell Dragon talisman, and had not been destroyed. Therefore, to the Dragon Prince, as long as he could hide in the tornado, he was sure that Ling Xiao would not be able to do anything to him. "You wish, but do you think I'll give you this chance?" Ling Xiao sneered in disdain. A terrifying shadow darted out from behind him and firmly entangled the Dragon Prince. "Child of Shadow, bind!" After escaping the soul power, the Dragon Prince was instantly bound by the Child of Shadow. The dark flames of death continued to burn on his body. One could see that the tornado was gradually weakening. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Ling Xiao's Hell Dragon Talisman transformed into a Hell Divine Dragon. It opened its huge mouth and swallowed the tornado. The two attacks were originally evenly matched, but because the Dragon Prince's body was bound by Ling Xiao, the tornado collapsed. At this point, the battle could be said to be over. The Dragon Prince had lost all his yin and yang energy, and his soul power was extremely weak. The only thing he could rely on now was the Sky Dragon Incarnation's defense. However, under the effects of Ling Xiao's Shadow Child's binding, his defense became increasingly weak. One could hear that the Sky Dragon Incarnation was collapsing from the inside. Even the sound of bones breaking could be heard. Ling Xiao, stop! That's the Dragon Prince of Water God Temple. If you kill him, my Dragon Phoenix Mountain will not let you off! At this moment, Zoichi Amami saw that the situation was bad and rushed over with a roar. However, just as he arrived, he was blocked by the crazy energy turbulence. Even if his cultivation was stronger than Ling Xiao, this terrifying energy turbulence was the result of Ling Xiao and the Dragon Prince's combined attacks. Even he couldn't pass through it. Ling Xiao sneered in disdain. He touched his storage ring lightly and pulled out Ice's Fury. Then, green and golden light appeared on his arm as the 200 Sovereign Earth Empress cells released all of their powers. 200 Emperor Heaven Earth power! Ice's Fury! Kill! Actually, this move didn't have any special moves. It was nothing more than Ling Xiao's full Emperor Heaven Earth power combined with Ice's Fury. Even so, it was more than enough to kill the Dragon Prince now. Die. Dragon Prince. No matter how glorious your ancestors' battle achievements were, no matter how powerful your bloodline power or martial soul is, it's useless. Although you're strong, you've wasted this essence. Why don't you just give it to me? Pfft. Ice's Fury pierced through the Dragon Prince's Sky Dragon Incarnation. The terrifying Emperor Heaven Earth power began to peel off the Sky Dragon Incarnation layer by layer. The Dragon Prince's screams could be heard. However, it was useless. At this moment, Ling Xiao did not have the slightest bit of sympathy or pity for him. Hell Dragon Talisman, come! Ling Xiao thought. The Hell Dragon Talisman, which had just swallowed the tornado, turned into a black Hell Divine Dragon and flew over. Swallow him. I don't know what kind of magic treasure this guy has. If I don't crush him, I'm afraid he'll come back to life and take revenge on me. Ling Xiao ordered coldly. The Hell Divine Dragon opened its mouth and swallowed the dying Dragon Prince. Then, it turned back into the Hell Dragon Talisman. One could clearly see that the Dragon Prince in the Hell Dragon Talisman was surrounded by layers of tentacle-like black flames and burned continuously. Even though the Dragon Prince was struggling with all his might, his struggle seemed so powerless and weak. There was no meaning. It was just a useless effort. Chapter 1669. Don't! I'm willing to be your slave, willing to be loyal to you. Please don't kill me, I don't want to die. The Dragon Prince's miserable voice came from the Hell Dragon Talisman. However, Ling Xiao's expression was still cold. Because he had heard such words more than once. Almost every time someone was about to be killed by him, he would always hear similar words. He was tired of it. When these people had the advantage, they couldn't wait to tear him into pieces. But once they lost, they desperately begged for mercy. Truly despicable. The surrounding Water Spirit Hall disciples watched as the Dragon Prince was incinerated by the black flames. His body was gradually refined. Many people had already fainted on the spot. Some others turned around and tried to escape. But how could Ling Xiao let them escape? He came here today to kill everyone from Water Spirit Hall. How could he let a single one go? Three-leaf Devil Pupil, Demon God Bar. Eye of the Divine Tomb, Skeleton General. Along with the release of Soul Force, two powerful summons madly pounced on the Water Spirit Hall disciples. Those who dared to flee were all killed on the spot. Anxie fainted from fright, temporarily preserving her life, but death was unavoidable. When Ling Xiao wasn't killing, he was like a refined scholar. But once he decided to kill, he wouldn't hesitate in the slightest. Because the people he killed were people he thought should be killed. These Water Spirit Hall martial artists not only committed evil deeds in the Divine Phoenix Empire, they even tried to kill him. As the Heavenly Dynasty Empire's Heavenly Emperor, the ruler of the Dragon Phoenix continent. Those who had died were all his people. He could ignore other people's business, but he definitely couldn't let go of martial artists who dared to kill his people. Otherwise, his so-called His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor was really too useless. Everyone looked at this scene in horror. This was too shocking. The pitiful Dragon Prince. Death was one thing, but Ling Xiao actually took his Thunderbird martial soul and merged it into the Hell Dragon Talisman, increasing the power of the Hell Dragon Fire's lightning. He even extracted the Heavenly Dragon King's bloodline. Even more terrifying was that his entire body was completely refined by the Hell Dragon Fire, turning into the power of the Hell Dragon Talisman. This made the Hell Dragon Talisman even stronger. The dignified Dragon Prince of Water Spirit Hall was killed just like that. Not only that, but Ling Xiao could also split his strength to deal with the other martial artists of Water Spirit Hall. This kind of strength was truly shocking. The 7 heroes of Water Spirit Hall. Dragon Prince. These were 8 of the 9 most outstanding young martial artists of Water Spirit Hall. Now, only Water Shensi was left in the Water God Temple. And the one who caused these geniuses to die, Ling Dragon God. Almost every death test after a long time, Ling Xiao took a deep breath and put away the Hell Dragon Talisman. He looked coldly at the dead Water Spirit Hall cultivators and recalled the Skeleton General and Demon God Bar. Even though he was a little tired, he wouldn't back down if anyone wanted to fight. Are you going to try? Ling Xiao slowly looked at Tian Haizong, his cold eyes filled with madness. Tian Haizong clenched his teeth, but shook his head. I didn't let you kill Dragon Prince for your own good. But since you don't appreciate it, why should I? Let's go. Dragon Prince was already dead. Even if he killed Ling Xiao, Water Spirit Hall wouldn't thank him. Tian Haizong wasn't stupid. He knew that Ling Xiao wasn't someone to be trifled with. Water Spirit Hall wasn't a righteous place either. Young hero Ling, why don't you return to Dragon Phoenix Mountain to rest? You don't need to think about other things. Rest first. At this time, Feng Ming and Wu Yan walked over and looked at Ling Xiao. Thank you, Senior. Ling Xiao had indeed exhausted himself in this battle. He really needed to find a place to rest. Currently, the safest place in the entire White Tiger continent was Dragon Phoenix Mountain. He could also see that Feng Ming and Wu Yan wanted to befriend him. Since that was the case, why should he keep them at a distance? Apart from enemies, people naturally needed friends. From Sky Dragon Continent to Divine Phoenix Continent, Ling Xiao had never lacked friends. It was the same in White Tiger Continent. No need to thank me. Your talent really surprised this old man. Lord Long Huang, I'll have to trouble you to take care of young hero Ling. Water Spirit Hall will probably come looking for trouble. I'll think of a way to stop them. Feng Ming and Wu Yang praised Ling Xiao, then instructed Lord Long Huang. Don't worry, Sect Master. Leave everything to me. Lord Long Huang was really shocked by Ling Xiao's terrifying strength. Originally, he was very optimistic about Ling Xiao. Now, it wasn't just optimism, it was worship. Complete and utter worship. Young hero Ling, come with me. Lord Long Huang glanced at Ling Xiao. Thank you, Senior. Ling Xiao was very tired from the battle and needed to find a place to rest. At the same time, he also benefited a lot and needed a place to cultivate. He estimated that as long as he could completely refine the Dragon Crown Prince's power, it shouldn't be difficult to break through to the 3rd level of the Yin-Yang realm. He never dared to slack off when it came to cultivation. He might have killed the number 1 elite and the Dragon Crown Prince today. But if Tianhai Tsang really wanted to make a move, he would probably choose to escape in the end. Tia Tseng's cultivation was on par with Feng Ming and Wu Yang. He wasn't an opponent he could deal with. Even if he was in peak condition, he wouldn't be able to do it, let alone now that he was injured. Ling Xiao arranged a separate courtyard for Lord Longhuang, and he personally guarded the door. Ling Xiao didn't stand on ceremony at all. He opened the window and sat cross-legged in the room. He allowed the Scarlet Sun energy to continuously enter the room. In the depths of his soul realm, the Hell Dragon Talisman had already refined the Dragon Crown Prince's body until only a ball of wind with lightning was left. The rest was all absorbed by the Hell Dragon Talisman. And this ball of wind with lightning was the essence of the essence. Ling Xiao wanted to use it to raise his cultivation. In Ling Xiao's body, his blood turned greenish gold as if it had fused with the power of the Heaven-Earth Queen. It seeped into the Scarlet Sun energy, and emitted a strange light, causing Ling Xiao's body to become even stronger. A large amount of the Dragon Crown Prince's life essence, and wind and lightning essence fused into the 200 Heaven-Earth Queen cells in his body. Ling Xiao could feel that the breakthrough he had been waiting for was about to arrive. Although he closed his eyes, the surrounding heaven and earth spirit chi fused with the Scarlet Sun energy, and crazily surged into his body. It actually formed a terrifying energy vortex outside the room, crazily sweeping the heaven and earth spirit chi in the Dragon Phoenix Mountain. When the spirit chi flew past, the withered flowers bloomed. The originally dying insect suddenly became alive and kicking. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.